You ain't got time for dueling?
War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now. Where you going?
Time to show our metal. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for dueling?
Chosen few. Fire of the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
Night, that's what we do.
Oh, caution thrown to the wind from this guy. And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my god! Huge comeback from 1! From Toshank, just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this. We got some more lates in to do, boys. Ladies, welcome in. No need to fight. There's plenty to go around. What up, Hellink? What up, Goat? What up, Nim, Brand Doom, Travix, Trackam? What's going on, man? Holy shit. Boys, it's gonna be a day. It's gonna be a day. We've got one hell of a card. And man, oh man. We've got our boy. We've got our boy, Lol Rages.
$5 holla. Gonna be a banger night.
Holy shit, Trackam, my guy. Thank you so much, man. The $5 holla. Bro, big cheers for that. And what? Hell Inc. coming in with 400 bits. You guys are savages. You know, if the show is free, guys. The show is free. Thank you so much, fellas. Really appreciate you, man. So glad to be back. So glad to see you guys here so early. Big cheers. Thank you so much, Hellink. Thanks, Trackam. Yeah, it's gonna be wild, man. There's some big stuff happening. All right, big stuff. Big title bouts. It's gonna be wild. Let's get in and check them out, shall we? Let's see what's going on now. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Did Coooley lose yet? Look, how come this guy is still in the chat? How come this Jobby D2 guy? No idea who this is. Either way, just ignore him, alright? What up, Joby? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I probably will tonight, alright? No, we're not even gonna say that. We're not gonna paint that into reality, alright? There's a chance that I will tonight. I'm going up against, as you can see here, and for the LLD title, Lol Rages. You know, I figured after I crushed him on the Charger the first time, we might have demoralized him, made him quit and give up on that Zon, you know? But, unfortunately, it didn't happen, and now we have to face him again. You know, he's a tough opponent. This guy is insane, man. It's, you just gotta get in there and let the dice roll a little bit. You gotta try to hold on to this title as long as we can, you know? But we've got some crazy mofos in LLD that are back up in this, man, as you'll see tonight. DD is back. These guys are just wild savages. It is a stacked division, man, and there's so many duels on the LLD card tonight. It's wild. Can't wait for it, man. Then we've got, look at this, at the top. We didn't get to see this last week, but I'm hoping we get to see it this week. Random tool guy. From the bottom of the bottom to the top of the top on this Zon. We actually just dueled in a 2v2 the other day for the big ZVZ tournament. And I let him win. We let him win, obviously. We didn't want to demoralize him for his fight against Serenity. But yeah, we let him win. You know, we had to boost him up a little bit because he's got himself a real duel here tonight versus Serenity. In a Din v Zan matchup, there's no smite, no impale, or I'm sorry, no grief, no impale. But against a savage smiter like Serenity, they could probably do it with a Hodo. And it make it a very miserable matchup for the Zan. Random Tool Guy is going to have to be on his bike. He's going to have to make Serenity chase him. He's going to have to be quick, man. He's going to have to bust out all of those tools that this Random Tool Guy has brought to the table. But it would be an epic win. It would very well be an epic win at the top. Going to be wild, man. But Serenity, one savage of a dude. Then we've got Coach Jason in the Melee division going up against Smolps. Now, just a little bit of foreshadowing in the Melee division. There's probably going to be some changes. The droids are just on top, and we think we know why, all right? Probably there's going to be some restrictions surrounding Metamorphosis and Fortitude at the same time. That combo is apparently pretty vicious, and we've kind of seen it over the last several months. So we're slow to move around here. We're like the American government, all right? We like to make slow and sometimes deliberate decisions, all right? But this seems probably like it's one of them. You know, it's probably about time. Be nice if someone told me that a long time ago, you know, but Nimrod, I don't think he ever said anything about that, you know, 2 months ago or anything. No, he didn't. Oh, he was complaining about that for a long time. Yeah, maybe he was right all along. But yeah, it was such a crazy week. We didn't have much time to do anything this week. But next week should be good, man. Should be good. Some changes, some shakeups, and possibly some more adjustments too surrounding Sunder Charms. With minus 10 physical res, I feel like it's just a gear check. It leads to some very odd swaps in Melee, and probably we should just limit it to the enhanced damage Sunder. You know, make him make a choice, not a gear check, right? I think those are probably going to be some changes for Melee in for next week. But for this week, everything is good. No changes. No changes. Don't let the house might be burning, but we're all going to be okay. You know, that's what it is. And then, of course, as we talked about, Lol Rages going up against me for the low-level dueling level 30 title. This shit should be wild. We also, in Melee, have quite an epic showdown between Jagger Swags, Team Jagger, Team Coach Jason. All right? These guys, man, they're just been at each other's throats in Melee these days. It is, you know, it's like a Connor versus Jose Aldo showdown here. One of them's going to get slept, and the other one's going to be left wondering what happened. And we're going to get to see it, man. Team Melee bout. And those guys are going to duke it out in an FT3, I believe, to determine who gets first pick. So it's going to be a pretty epic showdown as soon as the Eagle lands. Going to be sick, man. And look at the rest of this card. This shit is so wild, man. Such a good one here tonight. By the way, big cheers, Muffin Putty. What up, what up? It's so good to see you guys. Here for the violence. What up, Maddie? Ban Fizz Sunders and Jules across the board. Oh, shit. Yeah, you know, we might have to make some adjustments. We'll see, man. They often end up just being a gear check for people. You know, it's weird. In Melee in particular. But, yeah, we'll look into it, all right? We're gonna be looking into it. That being the case, Coach Jason, not only is he the top of the top in the Melee division, but he's also making some big waves in HLD. This guy has quite the record, man. Quite an avid smiter. And now he's going up against an absolute legend in what could be a very tough duel for him tonight versus him Papa Weed. Gonna see how that one goes. We've also got Clint versus Smolps. I'm really excited about that. Smolps has finally entered the HLD arena. He started out in Melee. He made it to the top there. He went into LLD and he made it to the top there as well. And now we are witnessing history. We've got Smolps coming in to the HLD division, but will he be able to get to the top here as well, becoming the first ever triple champ of the DFC? Many have tried, many have failed, but we're going to see if Smolps has what it takes. We're going to see what he's looking like tonight against a worthy, very worthy opponent. Tough first opponent here is Clint. This guy, holy shit, man. He's good on just about anything he plays. Very well-rounded, very, very versatile player. And Smalt certainly picked the toughest class to run in PvP, in HLD, to go up against this guy tonight. But Clint will be on the Druid or the Necro. If Clint picks the Druid, I actually really love that match. I think it really does come down to how you play, the skill level of both players. I love that matchup, Drew versus Barb. Super fun to do, man. Neck can also be pretty fun as well. A really good Barb can catch a Necro and piece him up. A really good Necro can protect themselves. Either way, this is just, the point is, this is going to be a wild, wild fight here, and I can't wait to see it. By the way, Bruno with the 80 stream streak, what is this? He goes 20 to go, only 5 more months at your current stream rate, right? Holy shit, big cheers to you, Bruno. Holy shit, man. 80 friggin' stream. That's a record right there. That is something. That is something. Barb's coming back. You wait till I get my Fury Druid. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I can't wait. I think the melee division is evolving for the better, I gotta say. Look at this, though. We've also got GVN making a triumphant return against Lynn in an NVN showdown. Man, that one's gonna be wild, too. We've got Javito against McCreakers. Some of these duels, I think, might have changed. But some might have been shaken up a little bit. But no worries. And then I don't know who put this card together, but GVN's on here 3 times. This was obviously Bill's mistake, but GVN has himself a busy night. Coming back to the DFC after a long while, all right? He's got himself a busy night here. Jinshin versus GVN could be a pretty epic showdown, man. Could be Zon v Zon, could be Zon v Necro. Either way, it should be a pretty epic one. I am excited about all of it, man. Julvan versus GVN, Barb v Zan. I honestly think Barbs can get this one. I honestly think they can get it, man. We've seen Punch do it before. We've taken some big notes from this guy. I think these Barbs might have what it takes to take down these Zans. It certainly does depend, but we're going to see here tonight. Julvan certainly ain't trying to lose to another one. He's learned all he needs to know, and he's going out guns a-blazing. He's dropping all that stuff. He's leaving it right in the digital octagon. It's going to be great. Then look at this, man. Kyle versus Greenlungs. 2 up-and-coming savages meeting in the Bloodmoor tonight. Kyle on that Cold Sorceress. This guy has taken literally what most we consider a budget build and really made it what it is. His playstyle, his ability to adapt to his opponents, all of the wins that he's gotten and worked his way up the ranks has been on pure skill. The gear is okay, but it's certainly, when you think about top tier PvP guys out there, it certainly falls a little short of that. He's still racking up these wins, climbing up this ladder, and it is really cool to see, man. This guy, we've seen him go from 0 to hero, and it is a good story to see. I can't wait to see the next chapter tonight against Greenlungs, who is also an absolute legend, playing in so many different divisions. All 3 divisions this guy's played in, and he is good in all of them. This is going to be a tough opponent, I think, for Kyle, and certainly one, though, that I am looking forward to seeing this duel. Then we've got Nimrod. I think there were some switch-ups in HLD. This fight may not be happening. I believe Will has stepped in for Nimrod in this Baloney Pony versus Din matchup, Warlock versus Din matchup. The stipulations for this one is no miasma shit, all right? No miasma shit for the Baloney Pony. I think he's going Firelock with the bow, which is a really cool Warlock build. I honestly think that shit is so awesome. Love that build. I think it's top tier right now. And by the way, the muzzle, the man, the myth. Bro, thanks so much for the gifted sub, man. Big cheers to you, brother. And an official welcome to Broadster, man. Now you're in the VIP. Just don't touch the statues, all right? You'll have to show them the way, Muzzle. You have to show them the way. You have to show them the ropes. Much love, brother. Appreciate you, dude. Then we've got Polytheus versus Track Amp. It's been a while since we've seen the Fire Droid mirror, but I actually can't wait, man. So far, I think Polytheus, he's taken it. Every time these guys have met up, every time it's become undeniable, Polytheus has taken it. But Track Amp in that last duel between these guys really showed some big improvement. Will tonight be the night where Track Amp finally takes down the master himself? That would be a big statement, man. We're going to find out tonight. Can't wait to see that one either. Then we've got Will versus Jits in some Sin v Din. Interesting story about this one. Jits, in recent history, really hasn't been losing to Sins in HLD. He's been flatlining him with a Din, which is wild. That's kind of crazy to do on a Din. Something we've only seen from the likes of Sogi and Serenity. Just absolutely putting Sins down on the Din. But quite the opposite for Will. Will has been putting down some of the most savage Sin players, some of the most savage Din players on a Sin. So these guys finally meeting up on the classes that made them famous and the classes that they bring to a whole new level, and they're gonna duke it out to see who wins in this epic showdown, Din v Sin in the Bloodmoor. I'm really pumped about that one. Two savage players there, best in their class, just duking it out. It's gonna be nuts. Then we've got Travix versus Hasha. Holy shit, man, it's good to see Hasha back. This guy has come back with a vengeance. He's all over the place with so many different classes he can play. The Barb made him famous, but he also has the choice of the Necro tonight to go up against Travix, who's been stacking up the wins, climbing up the ladder. And this guy, I think, bringing in one of the most busted versions of the most busted classes in PvP right now and doing really well with it. This guy might be onto something, but can Hasha shut him down? We're gonna find out, man. Gonna be a sick one. Then we've got this LLD division just stacked right out. Look at this. Baloney Pony is here, man. Also Hasha. These guys gonna be duking it out in a Zon v Zon showdown, level 30 division. So good to see these guys doing some LLD. I honestly, it's my favorite way to duel, man, and it's good to see these legends up in here as well. Gonna be sick. Zan v Zan. Actually a pretty fun showdown. Then we've got Jits going up against Brandoom in a Din v Din showdown. I actually find this one to be very interesting too, because Brandoom is an incredible Din v Din player. In LLD, I love dueling with this guy, getting some reps in with him. He just duels like no other Dins out there. He's a very good dueler, but we all know Jits, right? This guy also on that level when it comes to Dins. So this one should be a pretty exciting, very unique, very creative Din v Din matchup. Can't wait to see it, dude. Then we've got Kyle. Kyle in LLD on the Zon. What is up with all these Zon players, all right? Let's look at this. Just polluting the LLD here. Zon is a really good class in level 30 duels, but Kyle might be a little newer to the format, but he's going to be taking on an absolute legend with Dro for show. Now, technically, I think it favors the Zon in this matchup, but Dro for show is a very smart Libby player, and I think he's going to be a problem for Kyle. I think he's going to be a big problem. Kyle, though, has been showing some big promise. If he can maintain the distance, if he can make it tough for Dro for show to close the distance, get those charges in, land those hams, it could be a really good night for Kyle. But he's got to be quick, right? He's got to be quick, and he's shown some big promise on that Zon already. And the same story with his LLD, same with his HLD, right? We're talking like budget gear. The way this guy gets wins is skill, man. It's going to be a great one to see. Then we've got Lin versus AF50, and there he is. What up, man? I see you out there. AF50, what's going on, man? Lin is going to be on the Necro, AF50 on Zon or Sin. You know, I say always pick the one that's more fun, all right? Always pick the one that's fun. We have seen some good Zon v Necro matchups. That could go either way. It's really heavily skill-based. Could be wild, man. And then look at this high profile bout right here in the low-level dueling division. We've got Smolps on the Sorceress versus DD on the Sorceress. Oh shit, that one's gonna be an epic one, epic proportions. And then this melee card, AF50 versus Green Lungs. These barbs making a comeback. Cats, Gats, Tats, and look at this newcomer. High level IQ on the Zon going up against Nimrod 2. It's gonna be fucking wild, boys. Buckle those softy belts and make sure you got your shitting pants securely fastened. Damn, son. All right, this is what we got to do. I'm going to go into a low-level duel game here and get ready for my majestic opponent. Oh, it's full. Holy shit. Low-level duels is full. There's some... This is a... What is going on? You got to get ready, you know? Oh, shit. Hold up. right, I'll just show you the screen that I'm on. I was gonna, we were gonna chill here for a minute, but we've got actually a lot of work to do. We have got to make sure that we are ready for one of the most savage Zan players of all time. This is not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be a gimme. This is gonna be something where we gotta be on point or we're gonna lose that fucking title, man. That's just what it is. Let's get up in there. Let's do it. Dins get the wins. Let's freaking go. Let's do this, boys. Let's get the built. Let's get the music player working, shall we? This guy's friggin' didn't do his job before stream here. There we go. There we go. Yeah, as you'll see, we still have a little bit of things. We have a few things to do. I'm gonna make low duels with a level requirement because I think low level duels is still full. Oh yeah, look at this. There's a lot of level 30 duelers these days, man. What is this? Can't connect to server. What is going on here? They banned me. Too good. Just gonna restart it. Just gonna restart here. We obviously got banned because we're the champ. Performance enhancing drugs and music. Not retiring with LLD belt? Yeah, sorry, I should catch up with chat here too while we've got it. Oh wow. Is anybody else getting this message? Cannot connect to server? Wow, holy shit.
I guess you get to keep the belt by default.
I guess so. Is everybody locked out right now? Is everybody having trouble connecting to server? Is something going on? Yeah, servers are real funky the last 2 days. No shit. No shit. If that is the case, it is something that just happened too. Low level duels. Let's see. Oh, game is full. What happens if we just join a normal game? Can we just join? Help Act 3? We can join. That's good. All right. We can join games, but we just can't make them. Oh, I made it. All right, low duels. We got it. And it looks like a bridge map here as well. That's cool. All right, if we have any low duelers that want to come up in here, especially them Zans, just let me know. This is where I'm going to be at. We're going to be trying some different things here because we've got to get on point for the big fight tonight versus the most savage, the absolute most savage Zan player in the world. Oh, there he is. That's Nim. That is Nim right there. This is going to be good. Can get my Zan, just want a few rounds? Let's fucking jam it, brother. Let's fucking jam it. Also, let me know if somebody pops in. I see Nimrod up in there. Yeah, but we got Nimrod up in here. So I say we jam it, man. Let's get some rounds in. Nim wants some rounds against the top din as he gets ready to go up against the Savage. Oh, shit. Let's set this here. Set this here. Whoops. It's here. It's there. We do have our Zan gear on, however. We got our Zan gear on, but that's alright. We are the top din here. We are the top din. We can get in unscathed. We can get in unscathed. That's some top din shit, okay? That's some top din shit.
Good day.
Yeah, we're gonna have some team melee going on in a bit here. That should be pretty epic. We did start up a little early today. I knew I had to get my shit right for this title bout. We have to get in the zone. We have to get smart. Top din shit, boys. It's top din shit. It's just top din shit. And Nim has a Zan. This is actually pretty sick. What? Speaking of legends, Smolf's coming in 15 months, my guy. 15 months with the Prime. He says, good luck, have fun, boys. I'll be back in 2 hours. This guy, we've got some epic bouts with Smolps tonight. HLD included. I can't wait. Brother, thank you so much, man. Really appreciate you. Bushy is the #1 on Zombies on ladder. Yeah, he definitely is, man. Yeah, he definitely is. That's my boy right there. That's my boy. All right, let's see what we got here. Damn it, we missed. I misclicked. No, I just missed. I meant to click on your name and somehow didn't. Yep, well, let's friggin' go, man. What up, gents? Yeah, that's alright. We got the Zon set up and I ain't even swapping. I don't want to run the risk of, like, swapping out to something and then forgetting to put something else back on. We just jamming it. I need to get me some 10-10s for this matchup, too. I thought I had some somewhere. I'll have to check. Alright, go. Alright, I can't duel a Necro with this setup. It feels bad. I smash all Necros, but I'm not changing my gear. You just FOH them, and then you just lates and FOH them. It's not a great duel, but you can't beat him with charge. Alright, go. Go. Penetrate. We just gotta get in, you know? Go Charse. Just gotta get up in now. This is some good reps, man.
Yes.
Yep, keep it going. Go Nim. Sometimes you just gotta chuck it down, you know? Sometimes you just gotta get up in there. Get up in here! Damn, son. Alright, I gotta learn not to smite when they're low. It's the opposite. It's the opposite of HLD. You want to smite when they're high. And keep Zealand when they're low. It's good. I'm glad I made that mistake here. Gotta get with that cadence, you know? Gotta get in that cadence. We high all the time, Cools. What's that, yo? What up, Will? Good to see you, man. I can't wait for that duel tonight. I was just talking about that earlier, man. We got Baloney Pony, I believe. Will is stepping in that duel. We've also got Will versus Jits. That is just going to be a savage duel. It's going to be a hell of a night, man. All right, go Nim. Nim's got it down. He's got that cadence. Go. I was glad we got that. I was almost out of mana. And I've got all the mana I can get too. It's wild. It's gonna be a shit show versus Baloney. Yeah, it's gonna be nuts, man. I think it's doable. Are you on Din? Are you on Din tonight versus Baloney? I think it's doable with no miasma. I think it's doable.
Time to die.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Zon is hard. It's literally a cadence. That's the thing. There's only a few players who I've seen in LLD that really have the charge Vizan cadence down, and Lol Rages is one of them. He's insane. And by the way, what is this? 36 months for this Sawdust, man. 3 years. My guy, what a savage. Big cheers to this Sawdust, man. Let's all tip one back for this guy. That is actually incredible, man. I can't thank you for sending that my way for so long, brother. Can't thank you enough. Yo, what up, Polly? Dude, big cheers, man. Holy shit. 3 years. He needs the reps. Yeah, let's jam it. All right, here we go.
Forgive me.
Damn, son. Good one. See, I was busting that out. When they start winning with the jabs, sometimes I'll bust out the two-hander. Try to encourage them to take that bow out. You know what I mean? That's the top Din shit. When you know you're gonna lose with the two-hand, with the one-hander. Sometimes you gotta encourage them. That was really good, though. That was some good cadence right there. I think that's Nim on PCP. Just gotta bust it out. Oh, penetrate is Nim. Oh, my bad. Okay, my bad. I didn't even look. I didn't even look at the who's who. I didn't even look at it. PCP is really good on that Zan. Gotta say.
Fab Thursday on the DFC.
What is this? Sawdust! He's all over the place. Not just on Twitch, but he's over there dumping it out on the YouTube as well with the 5-coin tip. What is this? He says Fab Thursday on the DFC. My guy, thank you so much. Big cheers. Holy shit, what a legend, man. How you feeling, by the way? How's the foot doing? I hope it's on its way to a completely full recovery, man. That thing was gross before, I gotta say. By the way, that dude, Willie D. Hope summer been treating you well, homie. You know, it's been going all right. It's been going all right. Can't complain, brother. How's yours? Go PCP. Oh, PCP is a word that gets banned. Bros, we've got some tricks.
Greetings.
DD is here. There's the reps you need. Oh shit, DD up in here? Oh, it's DD! Hell yeah! Go DD. All right, yep, that's the reps we need right there. That's what I need. That's what I need right there. That's a Zan right there. That's a Zan. Shit. When's the fight of the night, aka Warlock Tools? What up, Max? You know, we're gonna see. All right, here we go. Let's close the distance. Let's get up in here. Look at this. He's got his chronicle completed. He's got his footsteps. He's got everything. Well, I gotta turn my footsteps on. I want to be cool. I want to be cool like DD. Damn, son. Sometimes it bees like that.
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Alright, these are some good reps, bro. We went for it. I knew he'd try to bank him around that corner.
I am over.
It was only a matter of time. I was like, just give me the shot that I need. Alright, these are really good reps. I appreciate you, DD. Damn, son. Holy shit. He knows how to switch, too. He actually knows how and when to switch and use Lightning Bolt versus, like, the Lightning Fury. That's, I think, top tiers on shit that many people don't know. And he's definitely doing that. That's why, I mean, he has some good jabs, too, but that's why his hits are actually hurting at all of the wrong points. Like, he's just, or all of the wrong points for me.
Put Polly and Track in queue.
Oh my god, this is a savage Zan. Polly and Track in the queue. Hell yeah, man. Let me get a couple more reps in with our boy DD here, because this is the actual punishment that is tough to deal with right here. This is the tough punishment. This is how we need to get these reps in. I need to figure this out at, like, high level Zan v Din. Damn, son. All right. Well, that's interesting.
I am overburdened.
I wonder what we do about that. I think I'm going to try a different strat. Alright, go, bro. I'm gonna try walking. Alright. That might have done something. That makes it so that he doesn't get free hits. Makes it so he doesn't get free hits as I'm chasing him, and he's like catching me in these odd animations. I think that's the way to do it. I don't have to do that against against many Zans, but against really, really good ones. Damn it. I gotta be faster. That's the drawback, is that when you have to switch back to the two-hander for the Hail Mary, you have to hit so many buttons. You have to, like, reassess your entire setup on the fly, and it's not something I usually do against Zans. This is great practice. This is great. These are great reps. Alright. I'm gonna try something crazy. I'm actually gonna try to beat him with a two-hander.
I can't tell you.
No shield. That's gonna be the wild thing that I do here. I would use B hammer, no point using honor. Well, if you don't use zeal, they just sit there and throw jabs and they don't move, which is really bad. Because then you just constantly can't block. Alright. Go, bro. Alright, we're going in two-hander. Damn, I actually think that was a duel. I might be on to something here. I might be on to something here. Honor Naga and stat Zeal. I would have to stat Zeal, but you might be right. I think after the bout tonight, I probably will just stat it. What?
I heard, how you feeling, then a lightning strike.
Oh my god. Uh-oh, we're in trouble here. Hold up, one sec. I see you, Sawdust. I see you, bro. DD is too fucking good, man.
I can't.
Too fucking good. By the way, big cheers, Sawdust. Big cheers, brother. I heard how you feeling, then a lightning strike. Look, it's the gods talking is what it is. Alright, one more for real. Alright, one more for real. Real duel. Alright, let's do it. Wow. So fucking gay. This is the type of practice I need. I need the practice that makes me fucking want to delete Zons. Like, literally take every Zon I've ever made and delete it. Because they're so fucking gay. That is the type of demoralization I needed. That's the type of shit we need. Alright, boys. Well, we have got ourselves a real duel going on here in the Discord. I also see Lol Rages up in here. Holy shit, actually, if Lol Rages is ready to throw down. Just seeing him up in here. Yo, he says, all right, we might be ready to do it. We might be ready to jam. I'm gonna make a game. Oh! Sec. I'll go back. If I can. Oh shit, I think wait, who is it? Is it Lil Pokey? Yeah, that's what I think so, right? Lil Pokey? Oh, word, okay, his client crashed. Alright. I was like, what? Doesn't ring a bell. It's alright. Alright. I think we're gonna throw it down in this game right here. It's pretty much all clear and everything. I wonder if we make any changes for this bout. Bro, it's fucking wild. This is what I mean by holy shit. By like, holy shit, this is a fucking duel. This is a duel. Let me see about... Wonder if... Wonder if the rings are proper. I think this is probably the way to go. No, because we lose light res that way. Alright. Alright. I think this is the way. This is the way. Puddle, that's what I thought. That's our boy, Lol Rages. That's our boy. Alright. Let's do this for the title. God damn, man. Alright. LLD title to start things off. But you know what this means, boys. We got the reps in there. This one's gonna be a tough one. We can do it. It is possible. We're showing no mercy. We're showing no fucking mercy. No mercy. Ready, Lol Rages. Title bout. Live. Go, bro. Let's do this. Round one. Let's just get it done, boys. Let's just get it done. Oh my god, what a duel. Good duel, dude. Holy shit. Alright, my IAS did take a beating there, which ain't great, but... Alright, 1-0. Damn, son! Damn, son! Alright, we're off to a good start. We're off to a good start. Let's keep the momentum going. Let's keep the momentum going. Nice one. GG. On the board. All right. He is indeed on the board. 2-1. Let me get some of this mana back. This is important. Mana is big in this duel.
The order welcomes you. Help!
Damn, man. Holy shit, what a duel.
I am overburdened.
I wonder if I should just try the foot charge.
Thank you.
I think that's a little too risky. 2-2. Wow, dude, that is so ridiculous.
I can't carry anymore.
Just gotta roll the dice, man. We knew this could happen. Literally 3 wins right back to back. Could be 4. Go, 2-3. Wow. 3-3. For all the marbs, it literally comes down to this round. It comes down to this. Good luck, bro. What? Wow! And still, boys! And still! Holy shit! Where'd Joe be at? Where'd Joe be at? Did it to win it! Tell that boy! Tell that boy! Double charge cracks for the win. Oh, hell yeah, man. Yeah, you just got to roll the dice. That was demoralizing. I told you this guy he knows the cadence, man. That's literally what it's all about. Look at this. Rock Fleece. Man, this guy is busting out all the tricks. Big DR for him. He's got 25% DR with that Rock Fleece. That's some pretty smart shit. Look at this stuff, man. He ain't fucking around. This boy ain't fucking around, man. Look at this gear. Holy shit. Bro, I actually can't believe I won that. I thought for sure that was all rages. I was like, yep. But sometimes the RNG just smiles upon thee. Bros, holy shit, man. Yeah, this jab is insane. This jab is actually insane. Holy shit. Damn. Alright, this is what this din was rocking right here. I might actually stat Zeal on this charger. Very good duels, man. Holy shit. Had me shetting my shetting pants. Gotta change now. Gotta change them now. Yeah. So I'm getting Zeal with and Fanaticism from this honor. But I honestly think DD is onto something. When you go at the top tier, top level with this duel, I think you should just stat Zeal and Fanaticism. Like, just put 1 point into them each. At least 1 point. Possibly more. I think that might be what I do in the future, and then just use a hammer. But, yeah, dude, holy shit. It gets crazy. Like, this duel is fucking wild. It is an ancient back and forth of Charger versus Zan. But that's the third time I think me and Lol Rages have met at the top. I won the catch match, which is actually way more than I thought. I didn't think I was going to beat him. Like, that's why I chose a Charger for this, because it's like, bro, it's a tough duel. It's a really tough duel. It's a lot of RNG, and I am so happy with passing the belt to Lol Rages. I think the guy, he deserves it. He's a really good player. So I was like, you know what? Let's just have some fun with it. And holy shit, man, what a duel. That was crazy. Oh, yeah, this Cirque is just it's a 30-30. It's actually a 30-30-30. It's a 100% perfect deadly circlet of speed, 30 defense, 30 faster run walk, 30 ED, and got 2 sockets at Larzik. Yeah, we put a couple of 24 maxers up in there. Yeah, sometimes you get stuck in the Zeal animation, so Sack might be better. Really? Actually, that's pretty smart. I never thought of this. But Sack will do damage to you, right? Which isn't good, I don't think, in that. Like, I think it does damage to you. Yeah, I love this thing, dude. I love it. I love it. That's crazy. Yep, I'm going to try to stat Zeal in the next one, or something. Some other close range attack, right? Because here's the thing. DD was saying, as you might remember, when we were throwing down some practice duels, he was saying that there's no sense in doing Zeal, but I disagree. Because if you don't have some sort of close range attack, the Zon will stand in place and throw jabs at you. And your block percent is always they force your block percent to be 25% when they do that. Because it forces you in and out on charge if you have no close range attack. But they can't do that if you have something to address them meaningfully at close range. So they can't just stand in one spot and throw jabs. Like, it forces them to move, and that's when you get your charge connections, is when they're moving, right? That's what you're aiming for, and it forces a Zon to be a good Zon. That's why I think, like, sure, it may not be ideal, and if you have a really good Zon player, they may know what to do, but it's like, it forces them to be that good Zon player, instead of just, like, standing in one spot and chucking jabs at you, which will almost certainly win all the time, versus the Charger. Zeal forces them out of that. So yeah, it's crazy. Yep. Let's do it, man. Let's friggin' do it. GG. He says, Zeal is good. Divine Scepter is just, yeah, I agree. Naga is better for the range, so possibly stat Zeal and fucking get an actual Naga. I think I might go for that. I think I might take you up on that. That sounds like the thing for this duel. Just like a crafty 1 point into Zeal and friggin' jam it, man. Let's get up in there. We've got an epic showdown. Hate to keep you guys waiting. We've got Track Amp versus Polytheist. Polytheist early on in the show. Holy shit. We ain't never seen it like this, boys. But then I'm going to get a little bit of a queue going. See who's up in here. See who's ready to jam. Holy shit, man. That was fucking epic. That was friggin', that was nuts, man. I cannot believe Ann still. He says, no prob, 2 seconds. All right, GG. No problem at all. What we're going to do is get a little queue going while we wait here so that we know who's here, what's going on. Looks like we've got Brand Doom up in here. I'm going to throw Brand Doom in the queue. We also got Nim. I'm going to check in with Nimrod. Nimrod first, then Brand Doom. And Lol Rages, does he have multiple fights tonight, or is it just... Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. Wait a minute now. I think it was just the LLD, but still, man, what a duel. What a duel. I really can't believe I, especially after the duels with DD, I was like, dude, there's literally, I can count them all on one hand, the amount of Zons that I've dueled in LLD that know how to play this matchup. And like DD is certainly one of them. Lol Rages is certainly one of them. Those are like scary dudes when it comes to Zon v Charger. I mean, if you have a really good Zon player, it's not a fun match for Charger. It's demoralizingly bad for you. Like, you just have to roll the dice and hope you connect. That's literally what it comes down to, and it's not fun to roll the dice versus a Zon, dude. Like, it is just not fun to roll it versus them. They just have the dodge, avoid, evade. They got everything. All right, and here we go, boys. This right here. Coach says melee will be ready shortly. All right, GG. I'll keep an eye. Let me throw that in there, actually. Totally meant to keep an eye on it. Melee. Let's see here. Melee teams. Just in case. I'm going to keep an eye on that. Let me know if I miss it, too, because I know it's hard to get so many people all together at once. So we'll try to give that some priority. Yeah, he's definitely a gangster, dude. DD is fucking good on anything he plays. He is literally, in my opinion, one of, if not the best LLDer of all time. Guy is insane. On so many different things. He is such an anomaly, man. It's not just one thing, right? Like, it's easy to, it's easy to just sum me up based on my good looks and amazing Charger skills, right? But it's hard to pigeonhole someone like DD on any given class, man. Dude is savage on everything. Look at this, man. This is an epic bout here between Polytheist and Trackamp, the two most notorious, most vicious fire droids in the entire DFC. Both of these guys seeing each other once again here. Oh, and look, what is this, though? Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Let's cut over to Trackamp's point of view here. We might have a little bit of a surprise. We might have a little bit of a surprise. Look at this here. He's chucking them NATOs. He's on a NATO druid. He's got himself a NATO droid. This is epic. I think this is basically Trackamp saying he's got faith in his ability to come in on this NATO druid and do better than in the mirror. And I think that's actually pretty smart. I really do think that is a good way to challenge Polytheist and to get him thinking outside the box, right? I think Polytheist's knowledge with the shaman is good, and so is Trackamp's. But damn, it's just like, at some point, I think you have to play the game in the sense of keeping your opponent off from their game. And that is the best way to do it. Swap up to the Wind Druid and actually take an entirely different approach. Trackamp knows the game of the Druid. He knows the feel of it. He's been playing it for so long now. And he has recently been stepping in to this Wind Druid variant. And I gotta say, he's looking good on it, man. He's looking clean. All of these abilities from the Fire Druid have carried over quite well. And now he's looking for a big shot to go up against Polytheist here and clean him out quick with these NATOs. Trackamp is poster child for bullying works. He got bullied into not playing Fire Droid. Damn it. God damn. Yep, he definitely is. Took me a little while to notice that, Jinshin. He already won before duel even began. Kudos to Trackamp. I gotta say, that is pretty cool, man. Now, here's the thing. And in case anybody isn't familiar with the age-old Windy versus Fire Droid. Oh, man, nice hit there from Trackamp. Landed a big hit. Cut Polytheist right off and landed a NATO. Now, in case you're not familiar with the two different setups here, we have actually not seen this matchup in a very long time. But there's two very competitive Druid variants in PvP. You have the Fire Druid, which is the most dominant, best Druid class. And it's hard to beat, but the damage and the dueling style, or the progressive style of the way that the duel progresses with a Fire Druid is not usually as exciting as it is with a Wind Druid. And why is that? Well, it's because Fire Druids oftentimes are going to be chipping away from a distance, keeping the pressure on their opponents, but whittling them down with slower damage over time, right? Whereas a Wind Druid will get in, throw a few NATOs, and a duel could be over very quickly. Dio Wind, a notorious savage Wind Druid player from years past, actually set one of the nastiest, fastest DFC knockouts of all time with a 4-second NATO Druid knockout. Now, you're rarely going to see that with a Fire Druid, but that's kind of the difference in the style. NATO is more traditional. That's the Druid people have been running for 20 years, right? And then we've got sort of the new age stuff with all of the changes in D2R leading to the prevalence of the Fire Druid and their dominance at the top, right? We have these two age-old styles going up against each other, and this is epic. Polytheist is in trouble, and so is Trackamp. Both of these guys are super low, and it's all going to come down to who lands a meaningful hit next. And by the way, look at this guy, Master Otis. Dude, good to see you, man. Big cheers to you, brother. Team's still a go, but I'm driving around to find the Edison guys. Street has no power. Oh, yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Yeah, take your time, brother. We'll be here. We'll be here. Theaters Wind and Dio versus Poly were some of my fave fights. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Dio Wind versus Polytheist. You remember when that was going back and forth, too, right? Like, I mean, you would have Dio Wind winning some weeks. You would have Polytheist winning sometimes. It was like an age-old... You know, it was the match that defined an entire class, I think. The chapters of that match really defined the most dominant Druid class, in a way. I'm not saying that duel in and of itself defined it, but it worked to illustrate the story of the takeover of the Fire Druid. You know, it was one of those things where Dio Wind was really good in their early days of dueling and would beat Polytheist, right? And you can mirror that to the Fire Druid sort of being this fringe, you know, what do you call it? Like an off-meta, not so popular, not powerful build in its early days to, you know, then it's actually taking some wins. Then it's doing some things in the DFC as Poly was trading with Dio Wind, all to the point where eventually Polytheist solidified it, took the title, held on to it with that build.
Beagle Gang in the house.
There it is! What up? Holy shit, man! Murder SC, what a savage! My guy, 120 bones. That is so insane, my guy. Holy shit, the Beagle Gang is here. The absolute Beagle legend himself, the king, the Alpha Beagle, has entered the chat. My guy, what a spectacular way to do it. I can't thank you enough, man. Holy shit, Murder. Big cheers, brother. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. I'm gonna bust out, you know what?
Good morning.
I'm busting out the E-Civ. That deserves a puff vape right there. Good old puff vape cheers for this guy. My dude! Holy shit. Bro, thank you so much. Again, Murder, you're a legend, man. That means so much, brother. Huge. Huge. Random Tool Guy Serenity in the queue. Let's friggin' jam it, man. Let's friggin' jam it. Random Tool Guy is also from EU, so I want to give some priority to that. We might jump over to that next. It's a title bout, and Random Tool Guy is in EU. It's going to be pretty late for him over there. That's right, man. That's right. We are now part of we are basically a wolf pack. There's some people who understand it and they get on board with us, Murder, and there's some people that don't, you know? That's what it is. Bro, thanks again. Holy shit, that's a lot of money, brother. Big cheers. That's crazy. No shit, that's awesome, Ark. That's awesome, man. Welcome to it. Welcome to it. Might start teams if you go to champ match. Alright. Alright. Well, we've got some balancing to do, I say. Let's friggin' jam it. You know, we can do this. We can do it. Oh my god, Polytheist now taking Trackamp down. You notice the cadence of this duel is quite a bit faster. Wind Druids, when they are in the mix here, it certainly is a faster duel, let me tell you. Two fire druids going at it here might have taken a long time. Might have taken a long time. All right, especially you got to play cautious. It's nothing against these guys. They're both savages on their respective fire droids. However, it is one of those matchups. You got to be cautious, especially when you get two really skilled people like this. They're playing for fun, but they're also playing for keeps. That's what it is. Indeed, the fire druid is Foozer, man. Yeah. These guys are actually, all of them are Foos. All of them are Foos. And no worries, Coach Jason. Take your time, brother. We'll jam. We'll wait for you. We got some matches in the queue, and we can cut over whenever, bro. Whenever y'all are ready. Leave that bear alone. Dude, holy shit, oh my god, Polytheus got some big damage in there, but look at this. I love this about Track Amp. This guy, even on his fire druid, when he is low, he does not give a fuck. This guy throws caution to the wind in favor of excitement, is what it is. This guy is in some exciting duels, let me tell you. No matter what build he's playing, it is the same on this Windy Druid, man. He might have lost his pets, he might be real low there. But he got up in there, man. He didn't let up for a second on that pressure. Oh my god, what a lucky block on that friggin' NATO as he morphed back. Holy shit. Jits and Will in the queue. Hell yeah, man. Jits v Will. Let's fucking go. That's gonna be sick. Dude, another big cheers to Murder SC, bro. I can't thank you enough. That is so crazy. And stay frosty, what? Holy shit, with a gifted membership, always. This guy might stay frosty. He ain't never cold. What a hell of a guy, man. Big cheers. Thank you so much, bro. Polytheist with the definitive win. He says, no, GG's. Damn, son, what an epic throwdown between these guys. Big cheers to Necro252. Get up in there, man. Always bet on the foos. Always. Always bet. There he is. Look at Polytheus as he chills by the bridge, just petting those nice little crows right there, letting them know they did a good job. These guys might be looking to show off some gear here. Now, interestingly, there might not be too much of a difference between their gear for both of these setups. It's literally the difference of a token a lot of times is what these guys, they can switch their entire setup with very, very similar gear from Windy to Fire Druid. It's kind of a crazy, thing. Jinshin says, nice win, Track. You've won this. Oh my god. That's crazy. Jinshin, not a fan of these fire droids. Very, very similar gear here. That's wild to see. That is wild to see, man. Hell yeah, boys. All right, well, let's cut over to Random Tool Guy versus Serenity. I'm going to give these guys a little bit of priority here. Random Tool Guy versus Serenity. These guys throwing down for the HLD title. This one's going to be wild. Zon v Din. No grief, no impale. Let's friggin' do it, boys.
Hello.
This is gonna be crazy. And in this corner, we've got the reigning, defending DFC HLD champion Serenity. One could say the top din, an absolute phenom on the smiter, and today he's going up against Random Tool Guy, some guy who came in out of nowhere but has proven himself in so many regards as one of the best Zan players in DFC history. He has worked his way to the top. He is a worthy opponent, and this is a tough match for him. Very, very tough. But as you can see, Serenity might have joined up on the EU server here, as the ping advantage should go to the Zan in this matchup. That's for sure. Serenity's still got 475 stat points he ain't used. That's a little while. I hope he gets those in there. But he has switched over to the EU server here, and these guys are going to be dueling. It is going to be epic from all across the world, all the way across the world, to determine who is the DFC HLD champion. If Random Tool Guy can take this in what is very easily a one-sided matchup in most cases, that is a big statement. It's certainly a tough bout for him here, but it is very doable. Now, the thing is, there is no grief allowed. No grief, no impale. That is the natural rules of this matchup. So whatever crystal sword-looking phase blade Serenity's got on, it is not a grief. I would guess it is probably a 6-socket phase blade with probably 2 shales and 4 bears is what I would guess it is. Oh, it's Fury! Holy shit, it's Fury! 66% open wounds. Holy shit, okay, here we go. Here we go, that's an interesting choice. That is an interesting choice for this. Oh my god, look at this. Random Tool Guy is on his bike here. He is on his bike, he's making him run. Serenity has got to be quick. Look at the cast frames of Random Tool Guy here. He is staying far outside of the range, but it's only going to be a matter of time. Nice chain there from Serenity. Serenity is so easily able to close the distance and keep that pressure up on just about everybody he goes up against. Oh my god. And you can see that smite definitely didn't hurt as much as a grief would have. Holy shit. Oh man, he tagged him again. He tagged him again. A little bit of a shrine action there. That was a stamina shrine from our boy Random Tool Guy. Perfectly fine. Has no effect on the duel. Look at this incredible pressure here. Incredible pressure from Serenity. This is a duel, man. Holy shit. Random Tool Guy has gotten some nice shots in here, but Serenity is so good at picking an angle that makes it very tough for Random Tool Guy to set up and get these arrows flying, and to actually profit from Serenity closing the distance, or profit from shooting these arrows at distance at Serenity. But you'll notice that Random Tool Guy has a Whiz Spike on his swap, and that is to get him to the, what's the breakpoint? 154 cast? It's like this weird breakpoint that most Suns don't ever hit. Yeah, it is crazy. It's wild to see, man. Serenity is an absolute savage on this Din, and you can see this pressure stacking right up. He's landed these open wounds so that even in this little bit of pingy state that this game is in here, he can get in, land some damage, and even if he just tags him with these weak smites, he can cut him open and eventually wear him down. Now, it does give Random Tool Guy quite the opportunity to set up, land these shots from far on the outside, but you'll notice Serenity is just picking great angles here. He's using the walls, he's using the sides to his advantage, and getting in and not taking too much damage as he approaches Random Tool Guy. But all it takes is a few shots, man. If you've ever been hit by these guideds, you can tell it don't take much. But he's got to set up, you know? Little pingy over here, you can see it, and this is the opportunity right there. Random Tool Guy was taking full advantage of it as Serenity was going to the mana pool here, getting ready, re-upping on that mana. That's the thing, even in LLD in this matchup, you certainly don't want to like the shittiest thing is when you have to back off due to mana purposes. That's it's the shittiest thing, because you increase your distance between you and the Zon, and that's where they really catch you. Oh man. And now it ain't looking good for Random Tool Guy. He might be cut open enough here to one him, and you can see Serenity going in with that FOH, trying to tag him with it. He's even swapping to a Holy Shock Aura, and this is him just literally trying to get in this one damage, just trying to get in this final piece of damage. But it looks as though his open wounds did not go off. It might have been that it did not go off, and Random Tool Guy is looking clean here. And he catches him just like that. Absolutely incredible, man. Now, this is certainly a tough matchup. Certainly a tough matchup for Random Tool Guy. But he wasn't able to land any big shots in that first round. And I think as this duel progresses, we're going to see Random Tool Guy looking at these angles that Serenity likes to approach from. Right now, so as Random Tool Guy tallies away, he shoots in this very linear pattern that Serenity has predicted. And he sees it coming. He is almost never in trouble with these arrows. Never punished for coming in and missing, which happened quite a bit in that first round. I think Random Tool Guy is picking up on that, and he's saying, "Okay, I'm gonna have to spray a couple of multi shots, take care of that Oak Sage, and have these guideds waiting for him. Just have these guideds right waiting for him."
The Order welcomes you.
Random Tool Guy doesn't give a fuck, dude. He is an incredible Zon player, man. Incredible Zon dueler. And this guy, the best thing about Random Tool Guy, that's what I love about this dude dueling, is he does not give a fuck. He is not picky about his matchup. He just wants to get in there and fucking jam. That's what it's all about, man. That's what it's all about. There's no like pickiness about it. It's like, let's just friggin' do this, right? He sees each one of these duels as a challenge and something he can improve on, especially at the highest level of competition like this against the nastiest players in the world. Like, he's just always ready to throw down. Friggin' love that about this guy. He's just full bow, not hybrid jabs. This is tough for Zon. Well, you kind of have to be. If you go in with jabs and you try to address a smiter at close range, it's never going to go well for you. So you almost always want to be full telly boa here. You want to be on your bike. You want to make the Din catch you, right? You want to force him to be a real good Din player, because that's how you win. That's how you win. If you force these Dins to constantly be very accurate with their chain locks, be quick and aggressive with their name locks, you can catch them slipping sometimes. Especially the longer the duel goes, the more consistent you get, you can catch them slipping. You ain't never gonna catch them slipping if you stand toe to toe with jabs. You're gonna lose it. Oh man, gets in there. See, I think Random Tool Guy, he can't be getting many this time. He's got to get up in there and get out. Let those arrows fly and get up out of there. There he goes. There he goes. That's how to do it. That's how to do it. Serenity so quick though. Exactly, Max. Exactly. That's no bullshit, bro. 100%. That's why I love this dude. Random Tool Guy ain't never complained, man. He's just like, let's fucking do this. And granted, sometimes you get in these situations, right? This is a duel we usually wouldn't make, right? We usually wouldn't make this duel because it is pretty in favor of the Din, right? It is pretty in favor of them. But in this specific scenario, right? We've got oh my god, nice catch there from Serenity. We have got an EU player that will have the ping advantage in this matchup, right? So slight but big advantage for Random Tool Guy. We also have two players who are absolutely undeniable on their classes, right? We have Random Tool Guy, undeniably good Zan player. I think did he crash or did I? About to figure it out. Let's get up in there. Let's check out Random Tool Guy. See if we're. Oh yeah, we're still in. I think Serenity might have crashed, or his stream might have crashed or something. Either way, these guys are just undeniable, and this happens sometimes at the top of the ranks, right? You get somebody who is just plays one build or one class, and they do so well on it, they climb up the ranks, and eventually the only real fight left for them is the title, and both players don't really play anything else. You know, there's no way to make it a fair match in any way, one way or the other. It's sort of the problem we run into with Baloney Pony, I think, as well. This guy really jamming it on a Warlock. A lot of people scared of it. Certainly lopsided in a lot of cases. And when this guy, and I do mean when this guy gets the title, it's going to be a fuck of a one to take from him. Because there's a lot of matchups that just go 5-0 in his favor as well. And, you know, he's all in. He's all in on that Warlock. It just is a complete counter to some builds.
Impossible.
Now we're seeing this from Random Tool Guy's perspective here. As you can see him just trying his best to shake the aggression. Nice shot there from him. You notice now, uh-oh, he got caught there. Ain't looking good. But you notice him really setting this up and trying to just tag Serenity as he's coming in. I like the use of amazing shot there. Amazing combo with a multi-shot. I like that use of multi-shot from the outside. It's kind of what you have to do. The Din is always going to have, they're always going to have their Oak Sage up, and you just got to punish them for it. You got to take that out and give yourself an opportunity to land those arrows at close range. And that's what multi-shot does, man. You got to blow up that Oak Sage first, clear the way for the arrows. Clear the way for the guideds. Incredible pressure there from Serenity. Zons do pretty well against Warlocks. Uh-oh. Random Tool Guy catching another shot. Serenity hasn't really been landed upon too much here. I think he's still looking all right in this round. Necros can do it as well. It all depends. I mean, the bow lock is just insane. Of course, Abyss is banned, and certain miasma skills have been restricted in certain matchups. Not officially, just in random matchup rules that we'll throw up testing different things. But I really think the Warlock is just so, it's so insane in a lot of ways. Even the bow, you know, that Baloney Pony is on in recent history, the bow lock is so crazy as well. I think it has these matchups that are just, man, it's just unwinnable. Random Tool Guy on his bike, making him chase. Another thing that you can do that sort of, in this matchup, that sort of forces the Din to back off a little bit is if you want to give up multi-shot, you can really go straight poison, right? And you can hit them with poison, you can force them to, once they get connected on, right? You can hit them with strafe or anything, and once you connect, it forces them to back up a little bit, right? Forces them to back up a little bit so you can get your, you can set up your guided, set up whatever you'd like, but they will back off and probably cleanse off the poison. That is another thing that we've seen people do. I saw Muchez do that successfully versus Savito, and it was crazy. Uh-oh, catches that smite, lands a big arrow though. Amazing shots here. That was some great fancy footwork. That was some incredible fancy footwork from Random Tool Guy. That walk down bow stuff right there, that's going to force Serenity to charge at close range. He might have actually, wow, that was some big hits there. Didn't quite catch the life total there at the end. I tried to zoom in and see how close he got. It felt like he actually landed some big guideds at the end there. He's trying to CT, but keeps fucking it up. Yeah, I see that, man. Hey, it happens, especially if he's pingy at all. That can happen, man. That can happen. That's what it is. What's up? The Eagle has landed. How's it going, Jagger? I can't wait for the melee teams tonight, man. Gonna be sick. Holy shit!
Sorry I'm late. Let's get wild.
Patent pending. What a savage, man. Thank you for the 2-coin tip, my friend. He says, sorry I'm late. Let's get wild. Let's fucking do it. It is getting wild right now. Serenity, the current HLD DFC champion, 3-0 versus the challenger, Random Tool Guy. This is certainly, it's one of those very tough matchups for Azan. It's very tough. And you can see that so far. Serenity, even though we don't see this matchup much, he is certainly ready for it. He's no stranger to it. And he's showing improving here. This is crazy. Had to get a sub in there. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Got to do it, man. Big cheers to that. Can't make it still at work yet. No worries. No worries. We got a little bit of time anyway. Oh my god. What the actual fuck? Patent pending. My guy, 20 gifted subs. What? What the actual fuck, brother? Holy shit, man. Let's all tip one back to this savage. Patent pending. My guy. Wow. That's huge, man. Thank you so much. Big cheers, brother. Hey, I mean, it's true, Hellink. CTing it's a skill. You really got to work on it. You know, and the thing is, you can do it in PVM too. I used to practice CT, accurate CT casting on tower runs. That's what I would do. I would try to CT cast right to the doorway, right up on the doorway, you know, while doing Countess runs. That was how I got better at it. I wouldn't say I'm the best, but I would say I'm better than many. All right, I would say I'm not horrible. Holy shit, man! Serenity getting there with a 4-0 savage victory. GG's and a big cheers to Random Tool Guy. This is not an easy bout. It is not an easy bout, but it is undeniable. This guy is an undeniably good Zon player, and he has worked his way to the top, man. GG's to Random Tool Guy for making this happen. Holy shit, man. Hell yeah, big cheers. Din's getting the wins at the top against these Zans here tonight, man. Holy shit, let me tell you. Damn, man, Serenity. The Din's getting the wins. Went in, look at that shield too. He's using SS in the belt for the DR. Enigma will probably give him more than, he even has a bear rune in it. And that is to fight back against the Jewel and the Sunder Charm in this matchup. He is overstacking that DR to fight against the minus enemy physical resistance that comes from the Jewels, that comes from the new Sunder Charm. He's fighting against it, man. He's overstacking that DR. And you can see here, look at that helm. That is just wild. Absolutely incredible. Zan's got plans, but Dins get wins. Hell yeah, man. I think in this game, it's minus 20 with the Jewel and the Sunder Charm. Minus 20. So you can force someone to stack up to 70 DR if they want to maintain the 50% max. Yep, Wizspike Zon reminds me of all the LOD Telezons. Dude, I'm telling you, there was something to that, brother. You can see him using that, using that Wizspike there. That's just to hit the breakpoint so that he can quickly teleport away. That's what he's trying to do. It is not smart to use the jabs here, and Random Tool Guy knows that. He was like, all right, I'm gonna be on my bike. I'm gonna make him chase me. I'm gonna force him to be a good Din. And he is, man. Serenity's absolutely incredible. And still, DFC HLD champion Upsmite, aka Serenity. What a savage. Look at this, man. Yeah, 66% DR. He weren't messing around. CBF on the boots. That also helps out the Din here with this setup. That's crazy. And his cast, though, I think it was on 75% cast. I see a little bit of 75% cast, it looks like right there. Yeah, no need. No need to be on the 125 to catch a Zan. Yeah, that's what it is. No need to be there to catch a Zan. Not a lot of FHR either, especially, hey, look, just don't get hit, right? That's what it is. Just don't get hit. That's the name of the game. Don't get hit, you ain't got shit to worry about. Damn, son. What an epic duel between these guys. All right, boys, let's get up next. We've got, I'm going to check in with Nimrod, see how that's doing. And if not, we've got Brand Doom ready to throw down. But what an epic bout. We've also got Jits and Will in the queue. Holy shit, what a night. as we peek in to Nimrod, seeing him staring at the fire, waiting ominously
Time to die.
for his next opponent. This is the meditation ritual of one of the greatest dins that's ever played. And now, Nim is ready in this team's matchup. It looks like, oh wow, are the teams ready to jam? This is crazy. Are these guys ready to throw down? I think we might be in the melee team section, boys. Let's friggin' jam it. We might, oh yeah, bud. Oh yeah, bud. These guys are gonna zeal it out here. I'm not sure if we're gonna get to see the Jagger versus Coach Jason, but we're gonna get to see some zealot violence here. Look at this guy. Who is this guy just standing over here? Who the fuck is that guy? Holy shit, and there it is, Skeletor taking it. This guy winning the what do you call it? The hat toss. He won we drew straws with our zealots, and Skeletor won it. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Jits v Brand Doom. All right, we'll throw that up in there next. We'll throw that up in there next. I think these guys are doing the melee teams right here. And this is going to be wild. If you've never seen this before, you're in for a treat. These dins are going to be throwing down in a very interesting team battle with a whole bunch of different gear, a whole bunch of different strategies to hopefully put them on top, hopefully put their team on top. We've got Cats, Gats, Tats up in here. We've got a ton of legendary melee players. Skeletor, Nim. We've got Justin up in here. There's a lot of them. Now, melee teams is a bit different. Works a little bit different than a regular team match that you might see in the Blood More. Well, how's that, you might be wondering? Well, that is because, as you might see from Nimrod's perspective here, he actually doesn't have a team. He's not actually teamed up with anybody. And that is because this is like some old school, it's like the opposite of guerrilla warfare, right? These guys are going to stand toe-to-toe on a line, all these dudes hostile to each other, with 4 people on one side, 4 people on the next. Nice job. Nim just got through 2 opponents there. That was insane. And they are just going to go toe-to-toe until one team is no longer standing. That's what it is. And there it is. Looks like Nimrod's team got there this time. And the reason they're not actually teamed up is so that they don't benefit off from each other's auras, right? This is, melee is a duel of integrity. It's a dueling format of integrity. Where, you know, we're not trying to team up in a way that we benefit from auras. We're just trying to take our zealots and play this the right way, right? That's why they're not actually on a team. But being hostile to each other allows you to check life totals, right? Which is better for spectating, but also better to see where your team is at after you might have fallen. Here we go. Justin is an absolute legend. Can Nim take him out? Holy shit, that's a big statement in melee teams here for Nimrod. Gets through Justin, and halfway through Haydu. That is an incredible run for Nimrod, especially whereas in previous team duels, we have seen Justin just be an absolutely unstoppable force for a lot of these guys. So for Nim to take him on in that round, that is a big confidence boost right there. That is some big stuff. Power's back, Spectrum out. Oh, shit. Damn, son. He's waiting for someone to finally show up with Smolder. That's what it is. That's what it is. He's here. He has made it. Nimrod actually, look at this. This is a historic moment for our boy Nimrod. This guy was keeping this melee zealot of his over on the old expansion version, but now he joins the ranks in ROT dubs. He has made it. He is here. That's the second time he's taken down Justin. Halfway through Darth, but he is very, very low. He almost got through 3 people that time. He almost got through 3. Nimrod is a legend, and this guy is back, not just in team duels, but it's so good to see him here, too. Not just, it's just so good to see him back in melee. I really think this guy is a force. This guy is an absolute force. Noah, also a force. Top tier Din, but can he win it for his team versus Skeletor here? He's the last man surviving, and now Skeletor's team is on the board. 2-1. Holy shit. Very, very different than what you'd see in regular melee throwdowns, boys. But this is where we are guaranteed to have these Dins getting these wins. It's what it is. Damn, son. Justin. Taking a beating here early, but he gets through the first person on the team. Nim quickly takes him down, but he took some big damage. Nim in trouble, but he gets through 2 people. Nim has done his job. He says the rest is on you guys. Uh-oh, hey dude, making some big waves here. Now Noah's gonna have to take him out. Noah's gonna have to get through multiple people here. He's gonna have to get through Skeletor again. Holy shit, Skeletor gets there, putting his team tied against his opponents. This is wild. You could, poor boys, or sometimes when people run the Alma, they go with Shaft Stop. Baird Shaft Stop is usually the choice, or Shaft Stop plus something else. Like, Shaft Stop 40-15, it all depends on the breakpoints, but Shaft Stop is the usual choice for that. Nim trying to get through Darth here, but down he goes. Back and forth. Darth off to an incredible start, taking most of Johto out there. He's really pulled ahead for his team here. Now Noah just has an uphill battle here, and wow, a quick from 0-2 to 3-2. Skeletor's team has pulled ahead. He converted to help Travix. Dude, that's awesome, man. Yeah, Nim is a good guy. I'm happy to see him here. And he was saying, too, that, you know, my breakdown of it, plus everybody else just converting, it's very clear that we're not going back to expansion. Like, I just don't see it happening as a community. Like, if this sucks, we're probably finding a different game. That's probably going to be the future of D2 if they make it suck too bad. I will. I basically have all my gear over here, and now that you've converted Nim, I have nobody telling me not to. Holy shit, Nim almost getting there, but damn, son. It is now 4-2 for Skeletor's team. Yeah, oh, definitely, man. I tried to log on and just go to a random duel game with my decked out Din, because I was going to prove myself as the top Din on expansion. But there, not only was there not any duel games, there wasn't any games up. And I was like, alright, so expansion is dead for sure. Nimrod also smells fish. That's what it is. He knows. Cats, gats, tats, gets through Justin. Justin not the unstoppable force here tonight against this team. These guys are savages. But now Nim is going to have to take on Darth, an opponent that has been tough for him here in the past, in past rounds. Darth looking like he's getting through him. Now Noah has, oh my god, it's going to come down to this. Noah barely touched. Can he win it? Can he come back and win it? He has to get through 3 players with Skeletor at the back of the line. He just can't do it. It was almost there. Noah almost had it. Look at all these dead Dins in Act 1 walking back to their bods. Oh, he smells like fish. Oh, shit. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, sometimes you gotta do it. Like, it'd be like if you went into a UFC fight or something, right? It's like a hidden trick. If you go in smelling like fish, they really don't want to be close to you, right? So that's what it is. That's how Nim gets some of these wins, right? That's what he does. What he has to do, and that's what true Dins do. You don't just play by the rules. You do what you have to do. Teams is FT7. Nim laying it down there, getting a big win. Seeing how far he can get through this line. Gets through 2 people.
Time to die.
Almost 3 people. 3 people. Nim has taken down 3 of this team. No damage to Skeletor, but that's all right. His entire team is left and can possibly finish this up. Skeletor is one savage opponent. He is literally the final boss of this team. And there it is, Nim crawling back up the board here. 3-5. Bathed in fish oil to please the right gods. It's a burden he and only he can carry. It is true. Yeah, we all have learned never judge a din for their behavior on or off the battlefield, right? It is all for a divine purpose that we may or may not understand in the moment. But we know that whatever a din touches, he shall desecrate that holy place. If it so deserves to be, you know? That's just what it is. It might sound like a bunch of gobbledygook I'm saying, but you true din players, you'll understand. Holy shit, Nim is unstoppable! These guys, they need a whole new pair of pants to wear on their character, and they have got to be the shittin' brand, if you know what I mean, because Nim is back on the scene, and this guy's tearing it up. Johto here, trying to take on Skeletor, trying to do some damage. He's still got one teammate left. Johto's got halfway through Skeletor. Can he do it? No one needs to clean it up. Oh my god! The final boss, Skeletor, is just a savage. He's just a savage. He's like, what? You got 3 players left? No problem. No fucking problem. Dude is the final boss of teams right here. Rolling Hammer, my guy. Good to see you again, man. Choke job, Noah. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much for the 22 months. Bro, big cheers, man. Big cheers for that. That is super kind, super generous. It's good to see you, my dude.
Goodbye.
Nim getting through 1, but it's 1 for 1. Pretty even round here. This is a must-win situation for Nim's team. Their back is against the ropes. And now it's 2-2. Nim's team has to win this. This is a must-win situation. And down goes Noah. This is not looking good. Johto is carrying the weight of the world. The final boss. And there it is. Skeletor, the final boss, has carried his team to an epic victory. That was wild in this Melee Teams showdown. That shit was insane, boys. That is wild. All right, boys. Up next, I'm going to check in with Brand Doom, see what's going on. He might have a duel with Jits. Let's check it out. Let's get up in there. See some violence. And here we go. This guy. Brand Doom on the Din. I think we are going to see. We are about to see. We're about to see 2 of the most creative Dins. Look at all this cheaty face shit he's got going on here. Doesn't even have the 16:9 resolution. Cheaty face. No wonder he's so good. He's just cheating. He's just cheating. That's right. It doesn't matter too much in this matchup right here. But holy shit, these guys just going at it, smiting each other here. Uh-oh. And that is an early proc. You see that Valkyrie right there? You might be saying, what the hell? Where is that coming from? That is from Jits' armor. He got struck and it procced the Valkyrie from Peace armor. And that was an interesting little addition to that duel there, because it really set off that zeal and made it so it just keeps missing. Now look at this duel here. This one, Brand Doom, is on he's on a hoplite. By the looks of it. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve, but I'm assuming this is a hoplite build, which is one of my favorite paladins, actually. It's a javelin for your one-handed weapon, which gives you range and still some pretty decent charge damage. He also has some FOH tricks up his sleeve. This guy does it all, man. He's going to try to catch Jits coming in. I think that's the smart thing to do. Oh my god, Jits catches him with a big charge, and down he goes. The thing here is that Brandoom is in an interesting spot here. What he's got to do is he's got to land those jabs as Jits is coming in. But then, almost like the cadence of Charger versus Zon, he has to try to punish Jits when he charges him, right? And then he wants to get up out of there before he catches too many smites. That's just what it is, right? It's a cadence. It's a cadence thing. Getting in there with some zeal. I love it. Big charge, but down he goes. Jits just shows him what's up with that charge. Holy shit. Let's pop over to the Kin Jits over here. Throwing it down, man. This guy, top tier charger skills, let me tell you. I knew Jodo was a meleeer. Hell yeah, man. Is that the same Jodo? Is that the same Jodo, dude? No way. Big charge. Brandoom is in a lot of trouble here. And there it is. Jits getting in and showing the way. Holy shit. Wolf Barb versus Zan? Yeah, jam it, dude. Wolf Barb versus Zan? Let's jam. Yeah, yeah. Nothing in the rules against it. Why, is that a bad matchup for these dudes? For these poor Zans? You think we would restrict the barbarians on literally anything? The barbarians are the ultimate class, exemplifying violence in its purest form. They don't need restrictions. Come on now. Look at this LLD showdown here. Brandoom coming in with some very, very rare, interesting gear here. A 65 ED Spirit Shield. Look at this helm. 230-22 open socket LLD helm. That is just a beauty. Those poons are insane too. I love them. Look at this honor. Conviction, fanaticism, fist of heavens. That's an insane honor divine right there. Holy shit. Jits has some sick gear. 24 maxer in this 230-20 helm. Sanders for that IAS on the smite. Damn, son. Wow, that's a nice scepter too. Divine with meditation, fist, and conviction. That's crazy. Crazy good. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that roll too. Look at that Insight Partisan roll. 273 plus 6, 17 med. That's really nice, man. That is really nice. Yeah, that was the DFC prize. I remember that. I remember that, bro. I remember, now that you mentioned it, I remember that. That was crazy. I think that was was that a Botasaurus? I believe that was a Botasaurus prize dono right there. And yeah, that thing is insane. Like, that is a chase weapon in LLD. A superior partisan base like that. 15-3 for an insight roll. And then rolling it to be like 275 plus 6 is the best. That one is interesting. It's 273 plus 6 with its perfect roll on meditation. It's crazy. Big cheers, Necro. Hell yeah, man. What an epic showdown. Our boy Murder SC is up in here. I'm just gonna peek into this real quick while we get Jits ready for his next showdown versus Will. Murder SC. Chilling in the barbarian homeland here. Look at this. Learning the violent tricks from barbarians in Harrogath. This is what true Dins do. They are students of the game. Nim staring into the fires of Act 4. And Murder SC staring into the fires of Act 5. Learning how to roast a chicken. Roast a chicken that was caught through pure primal violence of these barbarians. I would expect no less from Murder SC. One could say this guy is a barbarian at heart. The build that made him famous. The class that made him famous. And now, this guy's on the right build. He's on a Din. He's got that might aura at the feet. This is a worthy Din, and you can tell. I'd expect no less from that boy. All right, we've also got Cats, Gats, Tats up in here. We've got Will versus Jits. I say we check that one out. I'm going to update the queue. Kyle, Cats, and let me know if I'm missing anything. Kyle, Cats. Is this Random Tool Guy? Yeah, this is Random Tool Guy. I think he's just AFK. All right, we'll pop over to Jits versus Will next, and then I'll put Cats and Kyle in the queue. Cats, Gats, Tats, Kyle. Hell yeah, man. Yeah, LOL murder. Dude, he's on a Din. He knows he must stare ominously into the fire. He knows. He knows. He's a true Din brethren, dude. He's the Baru crew. He's part of the Baru Beagle crew and Din brethren. Murder SC is a true bro. He is, man. Did you know if you wield a Gimmer Shred that Murder SC will not attack you? You know, I'm not actually surprised by that. That makes all the sense. He is indeed a barbarian at heart. Yeah, and certainly an ancient one. Waiting to hear back from Green Lungs for the HLD grudge match and high-level IQ about our melee match. All right, GG. I've got you on the list too, Nim. And keep me posted. I'll check back in. We'll keep checking back in with Nim. But right now, we've got Brandoom versus Jits in this epic showdown. Din v. Sin. Let's check it out, man. I'm going to pop over to Jits' perspective here. Jits on the Din. This guy, one of the most creative Din players, a charger, who in recent history really hasn't lost to many of these Sins, man. He's got the answer for him. He's quick. But on the other hand, Will, he don't really lose to Dins. And one of these guys is going to break that streak here tonight. Jits holding down that lock. Jits holding it down, getting in there. Nice desync. That weapon block for the win, though. Jits was holding that lock. Yeah, he says, how many blocks? Jits was holding that lock. Some people would have chain locked there and seen that as an opportunity to get up in there, but Jits was a very smart call. He knew that if he went for the telly stomp, Will probably had traps up. But if he held down charge, as soon as Will moves, he's going to desync and he's going to hit him. And that's his whole purpose here as well. There it is. Gets in. Gets another claw block. Will with those lucky claw blocks. And there it is. Jits gets round one. Damn, son. Oh, word. Yeah, no worries. No worries, man.
Good day.
We'll be here. Thanks for the update, Kyle. Appreciate it, man. I'm looking forward to your matches tonight. That shit's going to be wild. Thanks, CMC. Big cheers to you, man. Big cheers, brother. Yeah, everything's fine. We may bring them back. We may bring them back. We will see. Big cheers, brother. What do you mean? The reaction time or input lag of the instacast stuff? Oh, do you mean the charges? Like, so if you had charges, it would, like, fail casts? They have not fixed that. I'm unaware of any other, like, input lag. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. I used to do I'm an OG. I used to TPPK back in the day, but I wasn't cool enough to be part of the BMPK crew, so I would just do it actual manually. Yeah, that was my experience with hardcore. I would also PK people with my level 27 charger back in those days, too. Been charging all this time. Nice hits there from Jits. Notice that little foot charge. That's the new upcharge right there. Back in the day, 1.09, you would have to upcharge by bringing your cursor all the way to a far corner of the screen and hoping someone tried to telestomp you. But Jits, man, this guy knows how to do it in the new school. He knows how to do it with that foot charge, bro. That's crazy. TMCPK, yep, there was that too. Yeah, that's sick, man. Okay, so like where if you push a button and the skill goes off, you don't have to select button, then hit mouse button. Oh, is that for like quick casts? I'm not sure. If that is the case, yeah, for quick cast, it probably is similar to. It's probably similar to regular casting. I'm not sure if it's necessarily a lag in it, but it's something that your entire animation has to finish first. So if you teleport, you have recovery frames in teleport, and if you quick cast anything in those recovery frames, it won't go off. So like, let's say a teleport takes like 10 frames, and on frame 5 you actually teleport, then you have 5 recovery frames of teleport. If you hit a skill within those 5 frames, it just won't go off. Nothing will happen. That could be what's happening. I was unaware of like any glitches that were going off with that. It's probably that, but that's probably what's going on. And it's been like that forever, even in the old game. It could also be lag. It could also be lag. If you were PvPing and like your ping was really high, that could also be it. Doesn't happen if you don't use quick cast though. Interesting. And I gotta say, I don't actually know too much about quick cast because I don't really use it. But I have heard some things. I'm unable to speak intelligently on it though. Yeah, exactly. Phantasm knows what's up. There was no PvP in hardcore. No one really, like, someone will be like, oh yeah, nah man, I did some PvP, and it's like, yeah, you did random PvP once every 3 months when someone would agree to duel, you know, and then they'd probably still use third-party programs. Like, there was no PvP in hardcore. It was PK and Iron Man's is what it was. Yep. Yep. PKs for keeps, yep. Quick cast has a lot of bugs. You can get stuck in skill spam loops and other dumb things. Didn't know that. Yeah, that's gonna be sick, man. That's gonna be sick. Jits is very low in this round. He's up 3-0 versus Will. Will trying to make a triumphant comeback here in this round, realizing the tricks that Jits is throwing his way. Jits is a different kind of dueler, man. He is a different kind of din. Using charge offensively and defensively, but there it is. Nice hit with the traps there. Will gets the round, and he's on the board. Finally. Quick cast is mostly bad. Interesting. The only time that I've seen a very, very good use for quick cast, and this, I don't mean for this to sound condescending, but the best use that I've seen for quick cast is with noob HDIN players. Like, HDIN is not very straightforward if you're like newer to the game or not as skilled at swapping auras quickly. And like quick cast is beautiful for like noob HDIN. If you're just picking it up and you don't want to learn how to swap auras quickly, quick cast great for noob HDIN. PVM. All right. Yeah, it's not bad. It doesn't, like, mean you're a noob if you use it, but it just makes it so you can play the class if you're new at it, and you're not stuck wondering why you don't do any damage. So what I'm saying is, for the people who never played HDIN or were never good on it, quick cast is incredible in that sense. It's groundbreakingly good. But that doesn't mean you're a noob if you use it. If you use quick cast on HDIN. I'm just saying, alright? Coooley with the spaceman mouse. Yep, gotta do it. Dude, Jet's getting there. Keeping the streak going here. Not losing to these sins. He says that puddles won't save you. Damn, son. Damn, son, and the Dins get the wins. There it is, man. Jits showing and proving. For these Dins, shutting down Will's streak of taking out these Dins on his sin. Yeah, 4-1. 4-1. Holy shit, man. I actually expected that one to be back and forth. Will is really crazy on that sin, man. And he knows how to duel these Dins. But the thing is, a lot of Dins don't charge very well. And what I mean by that is not that they don't try to use charge. They're just not familiar with the D2R mechanics of charge. Or they're not experienced with charge in general and how you can use it offensively, defensively, sort of in between sometimes to get angles, to make it difficult for your opponent to get a name lock on you, especially versus a Sin with Mind Blast. They're not used to it, man. They're not used to it. But also, the next level shit that Jit certainly knows, the desync, right? The desync. It is still possible to desync with charge. Doesn't work like it did in LOD. But basically when you hold a name lock, you can catch people. They won't be able to see you in time. You will be up on them and they will never see your character. So it won't last forever, but it'll give you enough time where you are desynced. They have no idea you're sitting right there in front of them. Get a few smites off. Get a big charge in. Oh yeah, definitely was, man. They kind of iced that in D2R by getting rid of all FHR frames, which I think was probably one of the stupidest things they ever did. In retrospect, hard to realize at the time, but there it is. Big desync there again for Jits. That was crazy. Rolling a map for Green Lungs and I. We'll be ready in a few matches. All right, GG, man. GG. I think these guys throwing it down again here. Another round to get it in. But wow. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at this. Jit's just relentless with it. He was losing this round, and now, holy shit. And Will might even be FOH PK. Jits, no F's given with these traps, just getting in. Nice, actual nice trap setup there from Will. He had a 5-stack right by the puddles. That was crazy. That's pretty sick, Max. I appreciate that, man. What a hell of a guy. Hell of a guy. Max is probably one of the best people to learn from. Even the classes he doesn't play regularly. He knows shit about, let me tell you. I had to prove him wrong the other day when he was suggesting that I use Fortitude on my barb like a noob. It definitely wasn't the other way around. And he was trying to tell me to use Beast and Grief. I was saying that, but that was the only time I was ever smarter than Max. Definitely wasn't the other way around. Don't believe what anyone says. Zombies on with GVN in 15 minutes. Hell yeah, man. That's going to be a sick one. Jin Shin versus GVN. That's going to be wild. I think the problem with the D2R spawn players, they start a quick cast first. They don't understand the tactics. They are lacking. True. True. Yep, that could be it. All right, boys, let's pop over to Cats, Gats, Tats. These guys might be ready to throw down in some melee dueling. Cats on what appears to be a wolf barb. This is pretty wild, man. This is pretty wild. Let's friggin' get it, boys. This one's going to be nuts. All right. The host is going to take a little bit of a piss break here, but he'll be back. That or Bill will fill in for him. We'll have to figure it out. Hell yeah, Murder, I got you, brother. Got you up in there. All right, who am I missing up in the queue here? Let me check this queue. See what's going on here. Let's see what's up. We've got Nimrod. We're going to check in on him. We're checking out Cats, Gats, Tats. We got Kyle up in there. GVN versus Jinshin. Murder v Jits. You know, don't ask me why, boys. I'm gonna throw Murder SC right up in the queue here. It has nothing to do. Has nothing to do with him being in the Baru crew or the 120 bone tip or anything. It's just he is part of the Din Brethren now, with pure barbed blood, with violence at his core. And you know it's going to be a wild one. All right, boys, here we go. Here we go. Bill, let's get in the zone for this. This is epic. Wolf Barb versus a Zan up in here. This is kind of wild. This is a big life total here for Cats, Gats, Tats. This is insane. This is Cats versus high level IQ on the Zon. High level IQ, newcomer to the melee division here. He's got himself a couple of duels here tonight. But Cats, Gats, Tats says, oh, I'm allowed to go Wolf Barb versus these Zans. Let's friggin' do it. Now, I'm unaware if there's anything completely unfair about this or if this is just the way to go versus Zans here. But this is quite the shit show. Let me say that. Look at this, man. And it appears as though high-level IQ certainly coming in with some high-level IQ. He's got himself an SS. He got himself looks like a COA there. And oh my god, he almost got there. He's got himself a COA, an SS. Kind of wild when you think about it. That is probably to stack up against an overstack, really, for the minus enemy physical resistance that's going on in the current meta. Kind of wild. Javito and I in the queue in about 30 minutes. All right, thanks, McCreekers. Appreciate you, brother. McCreekers versus Javito. That one's gonna be sick, man. Jin versus Lin after Jin versus Jin. GVN versus... Alright, yep, gotcha. Jin, GVN versus Lin. Gotcha, brother. Throw you in there. Hell yeah. Holy shit. 3-0. FT10. Welcome aboard to high level IQ on this Zan here. I gotta say, this is a very interesting, very meta approach here for the gear on high level IQ. I think it's smart, and unfortunately, with the current state of the game, I think those Sunder Charms that exist in the meta that allow the minus enemy physical resistance, they really do force this sort of, what I would say, the uninteresting gear check, right? Uninteresting gear check. A little bit of, you'll also see in high level IQ, he has some knockback either on his jabs or gloves or whatnot. Not technically allowed, right? Not technically allowed. But you know what? This is what I say. Get in there, get violent. Fucking jam it. And there, oh man, that was a close one. That was a close one. 4-0, yeah, knockback usually frowned upon. Definitely not allowed in the DFC just because this is a toe-to-toe format, right? This is toe-to-toe. Knockback will... Well, that ain't no toe-to-toe, right? That ain't no toe-to-toe. My bad, got knocked back. Oh, no worries, no worries. Yeah, no worries. Well, the thing is, when you have a Zon setup, when you have an Amazon, it's not uncommon to have knockback gloves for when you're, you know, if you just have a very well built Amazon for PvP. It's a pretty common pair of gloves that people wear on their Zans. Nice to have for those arrows. Big knockback. It's a good way to control your opponent from far off the screen, you know? Make it hard for him to get in there. Oh, man, and there it is. Takes him down. He's now on the board. West, a.k.a. high-level IQ. IQ too high for melee with this knockback here. Too high. Yeah, all duels are on non-ladder. I mean, I'm sure there are people that duel on ladder, but... yeah, most of them happen on non-ladder. That's where all the gear is, man. Like... that's where all the gear is. Who wants to re-up a character, you know, for, who wants to re-up a character every season with 45 lifers, 3 2020s, and all of this shit, you know, just for a ladder season? Nobody does that. Damn, son, this is getting good. This is getting good between these guys. Damn, son. All right, now, high level IQ. Climbing up the ranks here. 4-2. He says, yeah, hard to beat, but it's fine. I think if you have the option to take the KB gloves off, you probably should, just to stay in, just to stay in the spirit of the melee rules. But if you don't have any others, that's fine. I was gonna say, if you have the ability to take them off, yeah, you should. And honestly, I think with the Zon in particular, the new boots, the new Horizon boots and Horizon gloves are actually are really the best choice anyway. Big IAS on those, crushing blow, gives you CBF. It's really good. Really, really good. Yeah, if he has, yeah, exactly. If he has the options, I say, might as well square it up properly, you know? Do you remember the name of the PKer that got you, Muzzle? I had one PKer. I had one TP PKer. One dude as my in-game name, never changed it. Once I died a few times, I stopped doing it. It was probably somewhere around 2004. Maybe 2005. All right, and here we go. Big hits here from the Wolf Barb. Now high level IQ in trouble in this round. Oh no, it doesn't count as a swap if you just swapped those. That's fine. We won't count it. We won't count that as a swap. That's just a little bit of a setback. Just a little bit of a setback. Just a little bit. Fucked up my max block, but all good. Damn, son. These guys just swinging away and barely connecting, but damn, big hits there from Cats, Gats, Tats, and down goes high level IQ. 6-2 now. Holy shit. Yeah, I think the new Horizon gloves would also help with that, because I think they have big dexterity on them as well. We got to get this boy some new Horizon's gloves. Yeah, I was on US East. There always seemed to be a critical mass of people on hardcore to PK. That is for sure true. And it looks as though high level IQ is cut open here. Little bit of bleed damage there, but now he's making a big comeback. That's the thing with the defenses of the Amazon, man. Not only that DR, not only the block, not only the defense when they get their fortitude procced, right? But also dodge, avoid, evade, or in this case, probably dodge while they're standing still. Big ones. Those are big ones right there. RNGesus loves me, but also hates sins, so it gives me the 3-4. Damn, son. Yeah, I'm telling you, Jits is a different charger. We saw those blocks up in there, Will. Those were some epic blocks. I mean, oh my god, huge victory there. Huge hits. Now 8-2 in favor of Cats Tats. It's actually wild. Watch any of my other Sin duels. They never block that much. It really was. It was crazy. Me and Hasha ready to throw down if you want to throw us in the queue. Travix versus Hasha. All right, brother. Gotcha in there. Q's getting a little thick. So what we might be able to do if we get a lot of people jamming is we'll swap back and forth, man. GVN and Jinshin ZVZ starting. All right, looks like we're gonna cut over to that next. Gonna cut over to the Jinshin GVN duel. That one's gonna be sick. We've got couple rounds of this left at max, I would say, in this melee division here. Welcoming high level IQ to the mix here. This guy's stepping in, and I gotta say, he's coming in with a purpose. He's coming in with a purpose with this with the COA, with all of the DR that he's got to fight back against the meta. I really like that. It's a ballsy statement, you know, and you wonder what he's making up for it in the rest of his gear. How he's getting the adequate breakpoints with AR, with you know, everything else that he needs. Very curious to see this build. This is really cool. I love seeing this creativity because it's so simple and sometimes probably overlooked. And West, aka the high level IQ, just coming in here, showing it off, doing it right, you know? OG. Yep, original D2, that's right, that's what it is. His uncle works at Blizz or some shit, I swear to God. All right, here we go. Look at those jabs. Okay, that's where it was. He's getting AR from the jabs. He's got nice 240-15s in that helm. He's got 20-10 gloves. Big, perfect fortitude there. Love it. This is actually really good. So what he was doing is he was just overstacking that DR there just to try to fight back against all of the minus res. Well, that might not be as big of a problem next week. But as you can see here, you can look at this inventory of Cats Tats, and he was not really using the Sunder Charm to put so much pressure on his opponent's gear. I can appreciate that. I think that's a really cool setup there. And there it is. The Wolf Barb win. GG's, and welcome to it, high level IQ. It's good to see you here, man. It's good to see someone with a Zan. I hope you make big waves, man. I hope you shake it up with these fellas up in here. So good to have you, brother. That's fucking awesome. And he's coming in. That was actually some pretty savage gear and a very interesting choice there with the DR, overstack DR. Love it. That now also, there's another trick with overstacking DR, which you could have been going for in that sense as well, is it actually fights against crushing blow. If your opponent doesn't have all of the minus physical res, of course you're capped at 50%, but if you go to 100% DR, you actually become immune to crushing blow. That still gets calculated. All of your extra DR still gets calculated to resist that. So it's kind of wild. That could also be something that he was thinking about versus the Barbarian there, or the Wolf Barb. Fighting back against the crushing blow. I love the setup. I love what he went with there. And honestly, a few rounds, that was looking real good. Some of those rounds were real close. And Cats Tats is a savage, man. That guy is a legendary melee player. All right, and here we go, boys. This is Jinshin versus GVN in some Zan v Zan action. Jinshin is going to track down his CTA here. Needs to get himself some battle orders. Look at how many friggin' Zans he's got. He's got multiple level 99 Zans. Someone ought to tell Jinshin there's all these other classes he can play. The Zan? He's got his whole account is Zans. There's Dins out there, you know. You can play a Din. Jesus. That is wild. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. If they would make like this D2 server where they take all of the old LOD characters and put them on, it would be sick. I would love to move my hybrids over to D2R. That would be nasty. I hope they do that if they ever think about shutting down the servers, you know. Bring all the dudes over. Avito and I are ready. All right, GG, bros. We got you in the queue. I'm not sure how long this one will last. Zan v Zan doesn't tend to last very long. Doesn't tend to last very long in this. Now, this isn't your typical Zan v Zan. There is a ZVZ league, and currently the DFC rules don't really, they don't really follow it. They don't really follow it too well. In that league, Enigma is not allowed, but usually what the strategy is, if it was, closing the distance and jabbing is just an unbeatable thing to do, right? Of course, the ultimate FU is CS Zans. But, you know, in a Zan v Zan match. However, both of these guys are gentlemen who don't appear to have been doing that. They appear to be playing like gentlemen here, GVN and Jin Shin. We are watching the screen of Jin Shin here, one of the most legendary Zan players of all time, and GVN right back at him. This guy also a savage Zon player. And these guys are playing Zon v Zon unlike probably most people have ever seen if you follow the ZVZ. Right? Typical ZVZ, if you go really full out ZVZ, there's no bowing at all. There's no CTA at all. No CTA, there's no Enigma, or you can wear Enigma, you just can't teleport, right? So no charges, no Enigma, none of that horse shit, right? No bow, makes for very, very quick resets on rounds, but also it makes it so that it's an interesting battle. Nice chain there from Jin Shin as GVN returns the favor. AF50 and Lin in the queue? Alright, brother, hell yeah. AF50 versus Lin for LLD. That one's gonna be dope. Alright, what we're gonna do after this, or perhaps during this, is get another duel going here at the same time. At the same time with the dope round. What we can do is, if Kyle is still ready to throw down, we'll cut over to him next. And then Murder versus Jits. Holy shit, and GVN gets there in that round. I'm going to check in with Kyle and see if this guy's ready to throw down. On his cold sorceress. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. It's looking prettier and prettier every time we see it. That Nightwing, that D-Fathom. Damn, son, he might just be getting ready here with his opponent. Still waiting for, yep, still waiting for his opponent. Yeah, no worries. No worries, brother. Take your time, that's fine. We'll pop back over to GVN versus Jin Shin. And, I'll kill stream. No worries, dude. No, you're good. We'll pop over to Murder SC versus Jits in the meantime as well, right after this next round between GVN and Jin Shin. We'll pop over to GVN's point of view this time. The winner of the last round in this Zan v Zan. What up, foos? Hey, man, you got a big fan base. You got a big fan base here. They all keep coming in and saying, where's the foos? GVN taking some big shots there as he tries to stay on the outside and flood Jin Shin with arrows. This guy, GVN, aka Gavin, the legendary Kawahin. This guy is insane. Legendary Zan player. Just certainly one of the best, man. Very experienced. Both of these guys really are. I mean, two absolute Zon legends going at it here in the Bloodmoor. I love Jin Shin's use of strafe. That is technically allowed, even in more stricter ZVZ formats. That is allowed, and I really don't see a lot of people doing it. It's certainly one of those situational things. You want to really catch your opponent, surprise them coming in, but Jinshin, I love his use of that. That's really good. Nice close into the distance there from Gavin as he lands some big shots. Lands some big shots, and look at this. Jinshin happy to go toe-to-toe, but who's going to win it? We about to see. GVN backs off. GVN going in for that chain. These guys also balancing Lightning Fury and Lightning Bolt. Nice up bolt there from GVN. He lands some shots and down goes Jinshin again as he takes round 2. Epic back and forth between these guys. This is some very different Zon v Zon play right here, with Enigma being on the table and literally just about all of the tricks besides like CS being on the table here. And this is very interesting. It is a lot faster, I think, than traditional ZVZ. Now, traditional ZVZ, and probably why it won't get adopted in DFC, it is really cool if you're an aficionado of the Zon v Zon rundown, right? But it can be pretty boring if you're not in tune with it, right? There's a lot of off-screen CT shooting, which is really cool to see in its own right, but it's a lot different than what we're seeing here, which is kind of in and out action, opportunistic, quick thinking shots, and on-the-fly strategies that can change immediately. Whereas in like League Zon v Zon, it's a bit slower. I mean, it is fun. Don't get me wrong. I love League ZVZ, but DFC ZVZ I think is really cool. This is actually one of my favorite types of duels to see with the Zon, is just versing another Zon. Now, granted, there's some Zons that don't like this. They don't like going ZVZ, all right? But I gotta say, I actually think it's really cool. Especially when you have this kind of rule set, where you still do have the CT shooting. You still do have these wild outside shots, but you also have this crazy shit where people trying to close the distance. You get these beautiful chains, and you really see like the full gamut of top tier Zon players. It also makes it so that you don't have to necessarily conform to the league rules. You can really get creative, and that's what both of these guys are good at. GVN and Jinshin, both very creative, top tier Zon players. So it's so cool to see him go at each other like this. A wild Foozer man has appeared in chat. Exactly when you coming back, Foos? I know, man. He's got a bigger fan base than me. Everybody shows up in the chat and they're like, "Where's the Foos?" Which I can't blame him. He's a fucking legend, man. Absolute legend. Oh, and yeah, Foo's Serenity is champ, man. And still today, man. Defended it against Random Tool Guy. Tough matchup for Azan, that's for sure. Big hits here from GVN, and Jinshin is in trouble. But it's not over. I mean, this is the thing. Depending on the setup that GVN is going with here, every time these guys swap, and I'm going to make some guesses about a setup, every time they swap to bow side, they're actually extremely vulnerable, which does leave them wide open to CT guided shots, right? And this is why I think particularly Gavin's setup here is a little bit weak on DR on bow side, is because he's using SS. There are setups where you can maintain your damage reduction on both side, but they often involve armors that are not Enigma. So usually in this type of Zan v Zan, you're probably going to be using SS, and it gets pretty wild on both side. But the question is Jinshin going to be able to capitalize with those CT guided shots accurately, without opening himself up to too much damage from the guided from the outside? And that really could go for both players there, because those can really hurt, man. You catch them both sides with that guided, man, the tides turn real quick. GVN up 3-0 in this Zan v Zan matchup against a Zan legend in Jinshin. This is wild. Up next, we've got Murder SC versus the Jits. And then we've got McCreekers versus Javito. Then we're going to check back in with Nim versus High Level IQ. And we'll see if we can, start doing multiples at once. I really don't think Murder SC versus Jits is going to last very long. It's low level duels, level 30, and I believe they're doing CVC. They're doing charge v charge. So that's actually going to be wild. That is up next. I'm pumped for it, man. We got a lot of mirrors going on here today, and I gotta say, they've all felt pretty good so far. Uh-oh, Jinshin getting some big shots in against GVN. That's as CT guided both of these guys. Now GVN is kind of shooting them from the outside here too. Multi-shot is good, but I mean, knowing both of these guys' setup, those guideds are going to be so vicious. They're going to be so vicious if they connect both side. It is a game changer. As Gavin's casting that inner sight to lower the defense of Jinshin. Very smart, high-level Zan play here. Now, earlier, I mentioned in LLD something that also applies to HLD with Zon play. And that is the ability of a player to swap between Lightning Fury and Lightning Bolt. There is a use for both of these. Lightning Fury is going to do more damage because it doesn't negate the actual weapon damage that you have. However, it also is subject to being blocked. You know, there's some risk with that, right? But in certain situations where you just need to finish your opponent, Lightning Bolt is the way to go. It nerfs the damage of your Javelin a bit, but it essentially can't be blocked, right? It gets through the block. It's always going to do some damage. Converts it all to Elemental. And it's pretty wild. Just gets in there, man. Gavin getting in there trying to do some jab hits here. Jinshin trying to go toe-to-toe with him. Jinshin might be using that Lightning Fury here. And down he goes. Loses to the jab. And just like that, Gavin proves his dominance as an absolute savage Zan player. I think he was going with the Lightning Fury there. It was probably to blow up all of the pets that Gavin had around him. But yeah, you could see those were just getting dodged. It could have also been that they were getting dodged. But and he could have been using Bolt. But you can see, I mean, there's certain times there where you just want to get through that block. He says, thank you, man. You're a legend. Well, right back at you, Gavin. Both of these guys, absolute Zan legends. And now we get to take a peek at their gear here. Both of these guys, it looks like they're using, oh no, I take that back. Jinshin is using the new Horizons combo. And it appears as though Gavin might be using knockback gloves here, along with the new Horizon boots. It's really hard to beat those Horizon boots. Oh, look at that, man. Jinshin has knockback on his jabs proper, so that he doesn't necessarily need them on his gloves. That is insane. 100% perfect Jeweler's Diadem of the Magus there as well. That thing is beautiful. Yep, and he's got the Horizon gloves, 1540s. Beautiful 1515s on the boots. That is an incredible Zan right there, I gotta say. That thing is beautiful. Those knockback jabs there are just insane. And look at these ones from Gavin. Holy shit, man. Beautiful jabs. Both of these guys. I told you, legendary. You don't get jabs like that from being a casual Zon player. You just don't get it. You really have to go out of your way, strike some good trades, get some good deals to get you some jabs like that. And I think those were 100% perfect Travs there as well. Gavin wasn't even using the new Horizons boots. He was using traditional Travs. That is sick. Great setup. All right, boys, let's kick up in there. Murder versus Jits. This one is gonna be fucking wild. Charge v charge. Pure violence, I believe. We're popping into Jits here. Actually, sorry. We're popping into Jits versus... Or wait, no, never mind. I'm on Javito. Huh, my bad, my bad. I'll be right back, Javito. I clicked the wrong J. We'll be back. You guys are up next. All right, charge v charge. Murder versus Jits. We're moving along in the queue, boys. We're moving along. I don't think this one's going to be long at all. This is going to be epic. But does Murder SC have what it takes to take down one of the most savage chargers of all time? This guy coming in here. Jits getting the early dub. Holy shit. Murder SC, though. That's all right. He says the first one's free. First one is free. The next one, it's going to cost you. And here we go, man. Murder SC on the charged in. This guy's legendary. Loves the charge v charge. He's got to be very careful here. Got to be very careful going up against Jits. Jits connected on him. Damn, son. And now it's 2-0 in favor of Jits. This guy is insane. You can see him moving all around. He's very hard to click on. And that is something that in charge v charge, it is a very good skill. You even notice the vigor aura on Jits' paladin over there, and that is just so that he can move so quickly. His charge is not only an offensive weapon for him here, it's a defensive one. If he's moving so fast and his opponent can't click on his name, you see that. You see how Murder had trouble getting that name lock there. If he can't click on him, he can't charge him. It's very, very high level shit right there, man. That is some good movement, good fancy footwork there from Jits. Yeah, I think so too. I think, you know, the Travs aren't necessarily dead on the Zon. They've just been replaced in a lot of setups by Horizons. It's hard to beat Horizons, man. Cannot be frozen on boots is just, along with big stats, it's just so wild. Oh man, and there it is. Big one-hitter quitter from Jits. He says, wow, holy shit. He says, nice finish with the one-hitter quitter. Damn, son. Holy shit. Do you have max block, he says? He says, I do, yep. You'd never be able to tell. That was crazy. Let's see this game. He says, double or nothing, let's do it. The double, let's go, man. Let's go. Double or nothing. All right, this is your chance, Murder. This is your chance. Let's friggin' jam it. This is the double or nothing round right here. These guys are going at it. They're gonna see who wins. They're gonna see what's going on here. Oh, and there it is. Down goes Jits. Murder SC wins the double. Murder SC wins the double. Holy shit. He was hustling him the whole time. Jits might be the best charger of all time in HLD, but Murder SC the best hustler. He's a hustler, homie. He's a hustler. And you didn't even know. Gets him with the double. Oh yeah, I think these guys got to go the full round. He says double or nothing, let's do it right. Yeah, I think these guys are going full round here. Let's do it. Oh my god, Murder SC is hustling him, boys. Murder SC is now 2-0. He's hustling him hard. He's got Jits on the ropes. This is wild, boys. This is actually wild. This could be it. Jits is in some trouble here. Green Lungs and I are ready? All right, GG, man. Green Lungs versus the Nin. Bro, Murder SC is now 3-0 versus Jits. Murder is hustling him. And this was on the double. He offered him the double or nothing. And now Jits. This is completely turned around. Murder SC's really showing what he's made of here. Really showing what he's made out of. That boy knows. Damn, son. Jits on the board now. This is crazy. Playing D2 while watching DFC? Hell yeah, man. In search of Zod or any random void on ladder. Let's freaking go, man. I hope you get it, brother. Damn, son. All right, it is 3-1. Jits now on the board. Murder SC trying to win this double. Trying to win this double. Oh, my God. He almost got it. He almost got it, but now it's 3-2. Jits crawling back here after an incredible setback at the very start of this duel. It's 3-2 in favor of Murder SC. Murder SC is going to have to get there on the double. He might be playing with his food a little bit here. Playing with his food. Nice connection there from Murder. Oh, and there it is. Murder wins the double. Let's friggin' go, boys. He says, no! Lost it all on a bet. Just like that, boys. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, let's get up in there, boys. We have got McCreakers versus Javito and also Nim versus Greenlungs. Let's start up with Nim versus Greenlungs. We'll get in there, swap back and forth between that and McCreakers Javito as these guys show off this gear. Wow, that was wild. What a wild bout. Two legends. Damn, son. And what is this? Hell Inc., my guy. 500 bits and Frosty with another gifted sub. What is this, man? That's so crazy. Hell Inc., first of all, thank you so much for the 500 bits, man. Big cheers to you. Get that Zod rune. Get that Zod rune. Roll a perfect void. I hope you get it, man. Big cheers to you for that. And also, Frosty, my guy. After gifting 20 earlier, he says, I ain't done. 20 plus earlier. Says, I ain't done. There's 22. Big cheers, man. Thank you so much, guy. What a legend. What a legend. And now we get to see the CVC gear here, the Charge v Charge. I love that amulet. Murder SC's amulet is great for Charge v Charge. Believe it or not, +1 to Paladin skills is better in Charge v Charge for your damage as opposed to +2 to combat skills. Yeah, it is indeed better. That's the way to go. Dude, great duel between these guys. Love seeing me some LLD. Love seeing me some Charge. Let's do it. Let's get in there. Let's start with the, I believe this is a melee match between Nim and Greenlungs. Or no, this is HLD. All right, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We're going to do Nim and Greenlungs and McCreakers Javito. We'll do them at the same time. Q getting a little backed up. We're going to see what we can do to back it down a little bit, you know? Do you or a loved one have a gambling addiction? Says, that wasn't me. That wasn't me. Oh, I love this. Greenlung's on the Necro. Nice shot there. And look at this. Nim coming in on the Din. This is an interesting setup with the Din here, I gotta say. He's wearing the new Hellward at the time, which is going to give him cast, right? 1 to skills, 20 cast, but it also gives him 20 IAS. And I think he's doing that to reach the maximum breakpoints with a Zerker to give himself better range. I actually like that setup. Oh my god, and Nim getting in there. Nim is a savage Din player, man. Greenlung's also vicious. Nice charge from Nim. You notice that Nim is casting that Oak Sage. That is something that's very intelligent to keep up. Especially dueling against a Necro. You never know when you're going in, when you're looking for these angles. You could just run into a random train of Bone Spirits, right? Oh, nice tap there from Nim. That's gonna bring him right back into this. Tap is something that is allowed for certain classes. The Barb and the Din, faux show. Uh-oh, and there it is, man. There it is. Nim gets there unscathed. Didn't even take any damage. Didn't even take a point of damage. That's wild. I don't know. How did that happen? How did that happen? Let's pop over to, speaking of savage Din players, Javito on a Barb tonight. This guy is going up against McCreakers. And McCreakers is really making a name for himself over here on the Sin, but can Javito beat him on the bar? McCreekers has really come up out of nowhere and just shown and proven his skills on this Sin, man. He's really good. You saw that. He got up in there. That was a name lock proper with that Mind Blast. That is really good. You don't see a lot of Sins doing that who don't know their shit on a Sin. Looking for that Mind Blast lock. That is some OG shit right there. But especially in this matchup where Shadow Bay is banned, where you're not going to get those free Mind Blast locks, right? You got to go looking for them. That's some high level shit from McCreekers. This guy, top tier. Very top tier. Vito hasn't landed any big damage on him yet, but he is looking for it. The Vito being the hyper aggressor that he is. Nice hit there. Damn, son, looking to get that Zerk in there. That was beautiful. That might have been a Shadow Bay blast right there. He's got to be careful with that. That might have been some Shadow Bay shit. Oh no, that's Shadow Warrior. No, that's good. That was a Mind Blast lock proper. I am actually really impressed by Creekers. I am really impressed. Those Mind Blast locks were so good. It looked like it was Shadow Bay doing them. That was fucking Shadow Warrior. That thing ain't casting Mind Blast at all. That's all McCreekers. That is very impressive. His Mind Blast skills, man, next level good. He's looking for him. He is looking for him all the time. He's very accurate with him. That is very impressive, I gotta say. Man, McCreekers is a sleeper on that Sin. Literally, I mean, look at this. You see him, that is some CT Mind Blast casting right there. Nice hits from Javito. Now McCreekers is in trouble. If you set Mind Blast to RMB bind on Quick Cast, Warrior will use it. So if you use it on Quick Cast, he'll use it. No shit. Okay, interesting. Well, still. There you go. Well, there you go. Whatever that means. Oh man, Javito getting in there with Abyss. This is interesting. He's trying to get in there with that Abyss finish, but I don't think McCreekers is low enough. He was hoping to catch him with that open wounds. Bring him down to 1, but McCreekers not low enough yet. Not quite low enough. Abyss finishes, man. I'm telling you, they are something. The interesting thing, though, with the Barbarian is that some classes actually just use the new boots versus the Barb anyway because of Berserk. They're actually just, they act as a different type of damage reduction, essentially, that you can now get on your boots versus Barbarian's magic damage from Berserk. There's a lot of classes who just use it, on top of them having cannot be frozen on the boots. This is a perfect matchup for those boots in particular. I would not be surprised if McCreekers is naturally wearing those, which is not only going to be problematic for those Zerks, but if you try to go in for that Abyss finish when you cut your opponent open, it could require them to be at 1 for you to actually get it. Nice whirl there from Javito. So Warrior will still cast whatever skill you have selected. Oh my god, Javito gets there. Big surprise kill. So on Quick Cast, your skill always reverts back to whatever is bound. I personally bind Mind Blast and Warrior uses it. No shit. Okay, interesting. That is interesting. So you can still get him to use it. I mean, interesting. The drawback is you're using Quick Cast, right? So, I mean, I suppose it makes it fair. If you're getting around the rule in that way, jam it. I think it's kind of a fair trade. I think it's kind of a fair trade. That is wild. Avito got there in that round, though. Let's kick back over to Green Lungs versus Nim. Sorry about that. Getting jammed up in this here. Nim got that first round. Hard telling what has happened in the second round here. Uh-oh. Green Lungs going in to try to rebo here. Nim not giving him any space to breathe. He says, you want to be on a narcomancer. You want to be on a narcomancer. You're going to get up in here. You're going to get some damage. I'm going to give you a lot of damage, is what Nim is saying here. Dro for Show and I are setting up for LLD. Hell yeah, man. That one's going to be so good. Dro for Show 20. And what is this? Slick Knight, my guy, with the 7 months. And damn, man, Green Lungs getting there with this one. Now 2-1 in favor of Nim. This is wild. First of all, big Puff Vape cheers to our boy Slick Knight. Man, it's good to see you. Cheers for the content and sick dueling calls. Man, thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy it, brother. Big Puff Vape cheers to you. Papa Cools was on vacation last week, but we're getting back. We're friggin' jamming it, boys. We had to go out to the AZ. You know what I mean? In this case, it was a little bit cheaper than a trip to Thailand, you know, if you're trying to drain them bows. You know what I'm saying? So you got to do it. Every once in a while. '86 is awkward unless not using high awards. Are you talking about on Vito's Bard? He might be going 86 for the hidden breakpoint, hidden action frame breakpoint, which I think is an interesting and good call. I really like that going up against well, in really a lot of instances I like it. It feels more natural if you than the 65. 65 can lead to like weird double tellies, and it feels like double tellies. Probably is double tellies, but it's because of the weird action frame. It was really prevalent in LOD. I think it's a little better in D2R, but 86 still feels clean. Caroline damage. That's what it is. That's what it is. You know what it is. That's my boy. He knows what it is. May you show her what damage really is. Yeah, dude. It's good to see. I'm so happy you said something. I'm so happy. Gosh. That's my boy. That's my boy. That's like Lieutenant Dan to me. That's Lieutenant Dan. Holy shit. Yeah. Is that what Javito's on, though? Is he on 86? Or 65? Oh, big hits there for Green Lungs. He's setting up these trains and really trying to trap Nim coming in here. He knows that Nim has taken some time to get these locks. And look at this. He's using these short range. Look at this. Short range IBS is what he's starting out. Now, there's a difference. There's a reason you should be doing short range versus long when it comes to adjusting where you click, right? And if you're on a Necromancer and you click far off on the screen with your Bone Spirit, and you have your cursor far away, your Bone Spirit will go to that location first before it starts tracking any targets. But if you click closer to your character's feet, it will go to that location and then start seeking, right? So it's a shorter distance before it starts actually seeking a target. So if your target, if your opponent is closing the distance on you very quickly, you know that they're going to be there. They're going to be there, and you want those spirits tracking them immediately, right? Same is true for guideds. It's why people CT guideds, and they cast them, they click further out. It increases the range at which the guided will seek. No, you. You know what? We gotta mod this guy. There he is. This G-Bam guy seems cool. Seems alright. Well, so Q out so far. Y'all are up next, man. We've got Javito and Nim going on, right? Javito versus Creekers and Nim versus Greenlungs going on simultaneously. We're gonna go Kyle versus Dro for show up next. So whichever one finishes first, we'll sneak it in there. Oh my god, dude. Javito getting some big damage in. McCreeker's very low here. This might actually be Abyss PK here. I think he's going for it. I think he's going for the Abyss PK. Oh yeah, and McCreekers knows it. Oh man, he got him that time, but now he might have repped some life back. He might have repped some life back. He might be out of Abyss PK range. Yeah, you can use the new unique jewels in PvP. The only place where it's regulated a bit is melee. Going for the style or BMPK? Dude, hell yeah. Well, I think it's style points. It's actually really hard to kill with Abyss on any other class besides a Warlock. Alright, let's kick back over here. See Nimrod versus Greenlungs. Last I knew, I think this was 2-2 for these guys. Holy shit, man. (3-2) in favor of Nimrod. Nim showing off that score. Thank you, brother. Nim trying to get the wins for the Dins here. This is big. Nim on quick cast. Nim stalking his prey here. Yeah, Greenlungs must have a train of bone spirits that he's starting up in that corner. Nim closing the distance, just trying to get that smite. He's landed some damage by the looks here. No, he hasn't. Greenlungs at full health, but desync for the win. That's where it's at, man. That charge desync, I'm telling you. Only the top dins. Only the top dins, boys. Big hits for Greenlungs. Now look at this though, Greenlungs is picking an angle and really setting up, going back and forth with these train of bone spirits here. Uh-oh, Nim punishing him at that mana pool. Defend yourself at all times, they say. Uh-oh, Greenlungs might be FOH PK too. This is bad news. It's gonna be bad. It's gonna be bad. Oh man, he went in for that FOH PK, but he got blasted. Blasted by those bone spirits and ran out of Oak Sage charges there. Had to swap out his ring. That's what he went into the stash for, if you noticed. Or went into his cube for. Nim's bow is getting low. And there it is. Gets him with the FOH. A very valiant attempt there from Greenlungs. Very well played at such low life. But damn, Nim gets the win on the Din, man. There it is. Beautiful. Beautiful. Absolute insane setup there. I love it. He's probably got that Hell Warden's helm there, and I gotta say, that thing, I can't wait to see it. These guys gonna show off the gear. Both of these guys using Hell Wardens. I honestly think that was probably one of the nastiest new items that they added. Unfortunately, with all of the cool, otherwise really good items that they added into the game, they put minus magic res on literally all of them, which, including this belt, which is insane. That's the only thing that they really fucked up with, I think, is just putting minus magic res everywhere on every other otherwise really good item. Now look at that. He's got himself, is that a 810 jewel or 1010 jewel up in that? Greenlong's got himself a nice helm there. That Hell Warden's helm, man. The interesting thing about it is the look, right? Like, it adds a whole new look to these players wearing it. It's just like, man, it's crazy. It's almost like the wearers of the new helm are in this cult, right? They're in this cult of the Hell Warden's cult is what it is. Beautiful setup here from Nim. Beautiful setup from both of these guys. That was crazy. Good duel, man. I actually love that one. Din versus Necro is certainly technically in favor of the Necro, but I gotta say, it is a fun one to play, if you ask me. I like playing it on the H-Din. But I really love seeing a real skilled Din like Nimrod go at it. Holy shit. It's good to see that too. It's good to see the VT versus the Necro in that setup. That was GG. Very nicely done. Well played from Greenlungs too. Knowing he was in that FOH PK range, playing it the way he should, man. Getting up in there, making it tough for Nim to get in there and close the distance. Almost finished. That was crazy. We finished Coooley. Oh shit! Damn, that sucks. But it looks like Jovito took this on the barb. That is crazy, man. Thanks for the heads up. Up next, we've got Dro Faux Show versus Kyle. And also, GVN versus Lynn. Let's check out some good old Kyle versus Dro. Let's check it out, boys. These guys finished. Jovito took it on the barb. Holy shit. All right, and here we go. This one's going to be wild. Kyle on this Zan right here. Going up against Dro for show. Now, theoretically, it favors the Zan. However, it really only favors if you're decked out and you know what you're doing. Kyle knows what he's doing, but he certainly ain't decked out. This is going to have to be all skill right here. Uh-oh. Big charges. He's probably getting desynced here, too. He's got to be very careful. Big hits from Joe for show on this Liberator. This Liberator, man, this is a tough build for those Zans right there. Dro for show coming in and just showing that he's got what it takes on this Din right here. This Din, this Liberator Paladin, this is a very interesting Paladin build. And I think a very effective one in LLD. You can tell by the aura, that concentration aura around the feet, this guy's a Hammerden. Capable of chucking them hams at pretty decent damage, right? But also, his inventory has some healthy mix. Possibly, sometimes you see Dins go all in on the 320-15 inventory. And that's so that their charge also fucking hurts. As we could see when he charged down Kyle. Those were some big hits, man. That shit was crazy. Those were some big one-hitter quitters almost. So this guy not only has hammer damage you got to worry about, you can't be staying at close range with that hammer damage. You got to get up out of there and you got to worry about that charge too. It's so crazy. It is indeed wild. All right, but here we go, boys. Round two. Uh-oh. He's caught him. Nice walkout there from Kyle. Oh, he says sec. Going back to town. He might be, yeah. Yep, he might have been waiting. Dropped arrows, sorry. Yeah, no worries, no worries. We saw something was wrong. Dro for show saw Zahn sitting there not doing anything, and he said, defend yourself at all times. Got up in there and was ready to throw down and get violent. And you see, that's just him playing the master race of the Din here. That is, it's in our blood. You protect yourself at all times. Defend yourself. And if you don't, it is the Din's duty. It is not our fault, it is the Din's duty to get up in there and punish. No, that's alright, dude. You can reset your life, Kyle. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine, brother. We could tell something was wrong. That's fine. Can Charcy if you want. That's, or can Akara, that's fine. No worries, brother. What's Q looking like? All right, we've got up next GVN versus Lin, and then Travix versus Hasha. I don't think this LLD duel will last long. We're gonna check this one out. But you're coming up, Travix. DD versus Smolps is ready as well. Holy shit! All right, I take it back. We're getting big. We're getting big up in here. DD v Smolps. That one's gonna be good. That one's gonna be so good. That's another level 30 duel right there. Kyle busting out that bow. He's in trouble, though. Look at these shots. Kyle's almost got this. He's staying very patient here. Staying very patient. That was very well done, I have to say. You gotta remember, Kyle's gear here is not top of the line. That all of that damage right there, that was literally, he had him down to like 30% health. That was all from pure skill. That was from positioning. That was from capitalizing on those charges with those jabs, with those arrows. Kyle, I'm telling you, this guy's got some promise. And here we go. Round 3 between these guys, right? 3, 2, 3. Oh man, big hit, big crit from that arrow. Oh my god, and now look at this. Going for those jabs. That's very smart. Very smart here for Kyle. He's got to watch out, though. That's a bad angle. Oh, damn, son. Damn, son. Yeah, it'll count for both. So 1-3. All Kyle had to do there was just stand still. After those hammers, he was in a bad hammer field. I gotta say, Dro for Show actually did very well at that. He noticed that Kyle was getting a little flat-footed trying to go for that jab. And what he did was he just worked his way under, right? Worked his way under to a better hammer position so that they weren't missing. That was very smart, very top dinny of him right there. But also, Kyle went in for that jab. I liked that because at that current position, it was very smart because he was in no threat of getting hit by the hammers. As Dro for Show was coming in, though, Lightning Bolt, you saw him trying to switch to that as well. You see him swapping back and forth, and this is big. But bad position for Kyle here. It's a very bad position. He's gonna fully rely on these walkdowns. And now look at this. Look at this. Little bit of mana troubles here. Big mana troubles. As he goes back and switches back to med. Uh-oh. Damn, son. Dro for Show, though. Not scared. He had to step away to regen some mana, but just like that, gets in there. Kyle was trying to punish him with those guideds from on the outside there. That was the window. That was very nicely capitalized on by Kyle. But unfortunately, that time, none of them connected. Holy shit. That is literally what the Zans hope for, especially in this matchup, is to run the Din out of mana. And I can tell by Dro for Show's mana here. I believe he is on 100% max AR lifers in the inventory. He's got 420 mana. Look at that, 420 mana exactly. Dro Fo Show 20. This guy's a legend. Damn, son, what a setup. Gonna sip my wine and lurk and watch. Hell yeah, well, what up, Dreamology? Good to see you, man. Yeah, 100% track amp. Should have stayed still. It could be, I mean, those hammer fields make you panic, though. That's what it is. They make you panic. All 3XX, yeah, I figured as much. $3X 14 to 15s, hell yeah. That's sick, man. Yeah, Barb's best friend. That's his Liberator's name right there, because he just chucks those hammers versus those barbs, man. That's some good stuff. That's some good stuff. Man, Kyle is doing it, man. Those were some insane rounds and some great gameplay from this guy. And look at this. Not the best gear. Kyle is such an inspiration. Because this guy is insane. Literally getting it done. I mean, he didn't win this one, but those rounds were very close. Like, and he played so well. That was insane. Made some appropriate swaps in the stash too. Get out of the way of that telly staff once he noticed he was in trouble from the charge. Just some high level shit, man. That is really cool to see. Really cool to see. Great gameplay here from both of these guys. Absolute legends. Bros, let's kick over to GVN versus Lin if these guys are still jamming. Let's see what's going on. Lin up in here. Let's see what's up. He might be ready to throw down versus GVN in some NVN. And then also, we might be able to do this simultaneously. We've got Travix versus Hasha going on. We'll see if we can sneak that one in there. That'd be sick, Dreaminology. It's definitely a different way to play. That's for sure. Oh yeah, big NVN. Oh, and look at this, man. Lin is on playing on controller, which is gonna be, you would think, a very, very interesting advantage here, but it comes with its drawbacks, right? The advantage is on controller, you're gonna get those auto name locks, right? That's gonna be great when someone closes the distance. The drawback is you're probably not going to be able to CT away or, you know, reset with any CT casting if you need to teleport. You have a very set amount of distance that you can teleport for. So that is the interesting drawback here to being on controller for this matchup. But NVN, man, this is crazy to see. Oh, beautiful shots there, though, that time from Lin. Oh, and look at this. GVN is in trouble. GVN is in some big trouble. Nice shots from GVN from the outside. Uh-oh. GVN landing some spears. He's now being a little more cautious as he comes in. He knows he's got to beat Lin to the punch. He's got to get in close and he's got to beat him to the punch. Also shooting some nice spears from the outside. That was incredible. Very nicely done as Lin gets there and evens up the score. Holy shit. All right, Travix versus Hasha.
Good day.
We might be able to sneak in and see what's going on with this. Let's pop into Hasha's stream here as this NVN gets set up for round 2 between GVN and Lin. Hasha on the barb. Travix. This guy's going to be coming in on the Necro. Good old Barb v Necro. Man, you love seeing it with these barbs. You love seeing it with these guys, boys. And these guys forgot to hostile each other. Don't worry, happens all the time. Welcome to the DFC. Now we now have a duel, boys. We now have a duel. Hasha looking for his opportunity to close the distance. Barb is probably one of the most exciting. Beautiful chain there from Hasha. HLD classes to watch, and that's because, I mean, they have one way to win, right? You know how they're gonna do it. They're gonna get up in there, they're gonna deliver the violence at close range. That's just how it's gonna be, as he's looking for that chain versus Travix. Travix has been doing an insane job as well. Really just coming up on this Necro, on a few different classes that he's tried out as well, and just accumulating wins, man. Just racking them up, and now he's got himself a legend that he's gonna have to go up against as Hasha takes round 1, asserting the dominance. As we go back to GVN versus Lin. Welcome back, Hasha. Hell yeah, man. Oh, never mind. That's Pally. DAE and Block was working overtime. Why is Lin walking? Must be a flex. He's probably walking because he's on controller. He's on controller, and you can only teleport a set distance on the controller. So it's better for him to walk to avoid the spears, and he knows he's going to win on the name locking, right? He knows it's not going to be, it's an afterthought, right? He just needs to close the distance safely. And one of the safest ways to do that, I think, is to walk it. As we get in here, GVN, seeing this on mouse and keyboard. And you can see him hovering around this outside, knowing that he's probably not going to get chained, right? He's probably not going to get chained by this controller player. He just has to get in, land some shots, and get out. Damn, beautiful movement there from GVN and that NVN. Damn, son. Insane. As we go back to Hasha on this Barb. Hasha trying to take down Travix, who is also on a Necro. A lot of Necro players up in here these days. Those Necros are looking real good, man. A lot of that new gear with minus magic res and all that is just so good for them. Makes their damage pretty insane. Yeah, love Necro. It's really good. I think it's in a really good spot right now. I think there's a lot of builds that are in a very healthy spot. With the exception of the Warlock, that's just busted 6 ways to Sunday in just about every setup that you can naturally do with it, you know? The only fair ones being like the Firelock, and honestly, I would say the Bowlock. I think that's a powerful build, but it's also fair. Necro versus Dan is way fun. I think so too, man. I gotta take notes for this match. Hell yeah, Smolps. Hell yeah. Yeah, and Clint is a savage, man. Is he going in on a Necro tonight, or is he going Droid? I honestly think Droid is a funner fight, but Necro is also fun. I mean, this version of the FPK matches is just really good. Like Necro and Druid versus Barb, either one. Oh my god, beautiful hits there with the Zerks. And Hasha takes him out. Travix almost had that, man. That was close. Damn, son. As we pop back into GVN, NVN. Now, NVN has an interesting rule set. Oh my god, and Lynn gets there. Now making it 2-3 in favor of GVN, I believe. Now, this is an interesting matchup because you might notice that you don't really see a lot of spamming in this. You don't see a lot of teeth spam. You don't see a lot of bone spirit spam. Not a lot of horse fuckery going on, right? And that's because, as a gentleman's rule in the DFC, NVN is spear only. The only attack you can use is bone spear. It doesn't home in on its target, but it is very powerful. It is very quick. It's basically like a shotgun. It's basically like quick drawn. Getting up in there and quick drawing some foes, you know? A gentleman's duel of integrity is what this NVN is. Holy shit, this one is close. GVN is 1 win away from taking it. But damn, it's hard to beat that aim of the controller. If you get in and you give him too much time, you gotta be quick. You gotta be quick. When you close that distance, you gotta be on it. Beautiful shots from the outside from Gavin. Some fancy footwork from him. Just dodging that spear. And now he's really noticing the, oh my god, the range of his opponent there. It is now 3-3 between these guys. Let's take a peek at how Hash is doing in this round. But we might have to jet back over here real quick for that last round. It's literally going to come down to that between those guys. It's going to come down to that last round. Hasha getting in here trying to finish. Catching some bone spirits. Travix learning the cadence of his opponent here, really punishing him for it. I love the fact that he's using Fire Golem here too. That makes it so that he has some protection, but his opponent is not leeching any life off of that Blood Golem. That is a very smart play. Beautiful chain there from Hasha. Let's see if we can pop back in to GVN as he gets ready for the final round. The final round between him and Lin. Lin on controller, GVN on mouse and keyboard. Both of these guys, NVN, spear only. Gavin is in trouble early, catching a couple of spears. Very intelligent with that shot, but he stayed in just a little too long and got caught. And just like that, man, Lin takes it. Absolutely incredible, man. Gavin's a savage on that Necro too, man. He says, GG, show gear. Hell yeah, let's check it out. GG, Lin. That's incredible. Small says, controller gang. That's what's up. Hell yeah. All right, boys, and we get to see it. These guys, looks like they're wearing the white wand. Possibly both of them. There are some other options here, but white is probably the one that you're going to want to go with. Both of these guys have a +8 to Bone Spear white wand. That's just the way to do it. Magic resist Horizon's legacy. Beautiful. And look at this helm. He had a 320 helm with the new jewel in it and a perfect ruby. That is what Kronos, aka Lin, was wearing. I love that. Magic damage minus magic resist. That 320 helm might be where it's at these days. I gotta say, that's gonna put your damage right through the roof. That Bone Spear damage is probably vicious. And look at that, 6 spirits, 8 spear wand for GVN. That's a beautiful one. 100% perfect Spirit Monarch. That was crazy. 222 open socket, 60 life with 2 jaws in it. That was an incredible Necro helm with that amulet too. 220, 28 strength, 57 life. That is nuts, man. Very nice stuff. Great setup from both of these guys. Great gameplay from both of these guys. Holy shit. Let's get back up in there into Hash's duel. Here we go, boys. Put me against Lin next week. Let's friggin' jam. Must redeem. Are we talking NATO versus Bone Necro? Traditional NVD? Yo, that'd be sick. That'd be sick, Track. I think that'd be a duel right there. Big hits here for Travix. Oh my god, just as I say that, Hasha gets in there and finishes. Holy shit, I think it's at least 3-0 in his favor. Might be GG's. It's at least 3-0 in his favor. Yep, 3-0 in favor of Hasha. Damn, son. He's showing what's up on this barb. It's a tough match, I think, for a Necro. There are some tricks that Travix can do. If you're quick with it, what you can do is set up a bone wall and teleport right by it. Maybe even a couple of them. And that makes it so that if your barb opponent gets in there and actually lands some shots, the bone wall has a pretty good chance of absorbing those before it actually hits your character. A little bit of protection in the event that your barbarian opponent closes the distance quickly. The drawback is you spend a little bit of time setting them up, right? So you don't have time to set up the trains. However, if you get a couple of them going at each end of the map, you can learn to teleport right into both of them, right? Just run back and forth. And there it is. He's getting those bone walls set up. He's going for it. Look at that. A clean 8,000 life without Oak Sage on Hasha's barb. That's crazy. Nice Zerk there from Hasha. Yeah, I'll NVD it. Hell yeah, man. That'd be sick. Yeah, it's very likely. It was very likely, Zalith. The Sergeant Frosty himself. Dude is a legend. Gave out 22 gifted memberships today. And even more in previous streams, dude. Absolute legend. Yeah, welcome aboard, man. Welcome in. Nice hits there from Hasha as he tries to leap his opponent away from these bone walls. Now that is the counter to that, right? If they're setting up these bone walls and they're not positioned properly on them, you can actually leap them off of them and get them away from that bone wall, really setting up your shots. Incredible stomp there from Hasha as he looks to close this distance. A beautiful chain. And you notice that Hasha is also on the new Hell Warden's helm. That's big for the IAS, not necessarily necessary on the Barb in this matchup, but it's got that 20 cast, man. 20 cast and minus magic res. Oh my god, and that's gonna fight against those boots as he gets in there. Proving the dominance. Proving the dominance on this Barb. Hasha is back, boys. Hasha is back. Oh, wow, look at this. He went in full Zerk mode. Literally 20 points into Zerk. He's showing it off here. And that's why he's wearing that new helm. That's why he's wearing the belt with minus magic res. He really is going all in on that Zerk. Or not all in on it, but certainly going in big on it. That was crazy, man. Very nicely done. Barb getting it done. Damn, son. Great duel. Hell Warden's helm. There's a lot of shit with that, man. I really think that is something cool. And that's why he's wearing that Geed's Wager, minus magic res, faster cast, faster run walk, faster hit recovery. All things that are very good and very hard to reach for a breakpoint on the Barb. Now, if you get one with 20 FCR on that belt and 20 FHR, that actually saves you in a lot of cases for the Barb 4 charm slots, where it would literally be like 320 5s, where you would have FHR or just all res FHR, one or the other. You save yourself essentially 4 charm slots like that you can just make 320/20s instead. So you essentially get yourself about 80 to life by having a belt like that as well. It's kind of crazy, man. The some of these new items really change subtle things about certain builds. That's crazy. All right, boys, up next, we've got AF50 versus Lin in the LLD division. Then we've got Nimrod versus High Level IQ in Melee. Then DD versus Small. So we've got 3 duels in the queue, boys. Let's get up in there and let's do it.
Your power was no match for mine.
This is AF50 versus Lin out here in the Bloodmoor in the level 30 division. Now, this is something right here. AF50 has a lot of skills on this Sin here. He has put a lot of players down. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to close that distance. Lin is going to be on the Necro. He is going to have the distance on AF50, but the difference here is if AF50 can somehow close that distance, it is harder for an LLD Necro to get away, right? Got to swap to that staff, and that is certainly something that you don't want to be doing. Oh, man, catching him big there. Just like that is AF50. That is something you don't want to be busting out that telly staff against a Blade Sin. They are gonna fuck you up for that. Damn, son. But that was nicely done from Lin. He did what he had to do. He allowed AF50 to get a little too close there. He allowed him to get a little too close. Yeah, very good duel, man. Epic. Between Travix and Hasha, that was nuts. Great duel, man. Yeah, thanks for showing that off, Hasha. That was cool. I love that setup with the berserk damage too, dude. That was crazy. I also think later on we might have Will versus Baloney. I'm gonna just throw it in the queue just to keep it in mind. All right, and here we go. Round 2 in the level 30 division. We have got, oh man, nice closing to the distance there from AF50, but that one cost him. That one cost him big. Great job from Lin. And now he has the distance. And there it is, nicely done from Lin, maintaining that distance and capitalizing on AF50 when he came in, tried to close it. Even having those bone walls up to sort of trap his opponent in to suck up some of those Blade Sentinel hits, those Blade Fury hits. That is wild, man. All right, we'll check in with Nim after this. Then we've got DD versus Smolps. Holy shit. There's so much violence going on. It's going to be Nim versus high-level IQ in some melee. Yep, can't wait, Will. It's going to be sick, man. It's going to be sick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And just like that, it can be all over. That's the thing. That's the beauty of AF50's Blade Sin. Now, you might be thinking he's trying to close that distance because he wants to do damage with that Blade Fury, which is true. But he also has this Blade Shield up, which is going to do a pretty significant portion of your weapon damage when your opponent is at close range like that. If you're at point blank to the point where they're inside that Blade Shield, that is the perfect distance. That's where AF50 wants to stay versus a Necro. He wants to get in there. He ain't trying to play this distance game. He is trying to get in close. He's trying to stay. And Lin is trying to punish him for trying. Very beautifully done here. Lin's got to be careful running away, though. That's how he's going to get caught. But I don't know. Honestly, it's... You could run, you could walk. It really all doesn't necessarily matter. Nice shots with the name lock there from AF50. It really doesn't matter, I don't think, versus Blade Fury. Some people give me shit for not walking versus Blade Fury, but Blade Fury, if they're shooting from the outside, is so slow that you're actually better off just running at a certain angle away from it. They'll never catch you. There's no sense in trying to block it, and, you know, if you don't really need to even get hit by it, right? Don't get hit. That's the thing. So I think there's some merit to what Lin's doing there, kind of trying to run away at a certain angle. You don't want to run straight away. You want to either make them guess where you're going, or if they lock onto you, you're going to run at an angle. You're going to run kind of at this curve, like in a, almost like in a C shape, like an outward, awkward, oblong C shape away from them. AF50 shooting from the outside there, trying to score some shots. Uh-oh, and there it is, man. Very close duel, but AF50 gets there. Holy shit, man. Very close every single one of those rounds. That was wild.
Yes?
Hell yeah, dude. AF50. This guy, man, this Blade Sin, I think he's really one of the only consistent Blade Sin players in DFC. And this thing, not only does it look beautiful, but wait till you see this gear. Level 30, crazy stuff. He's even got the armor. This is something that really makes an appearance, this Bane's armor in LLD, because it's got that 30 magic res on it, right? That makes an appearance in some of these duels, that's for sure. It's probably one of the only formats that will use that. Now, there may be some exceptions in HLD. Wow, look at that wand, man. 6 spears, or I'm sorry, 5 spear, 5 spirit. Beautiful wand. No cast on it, but still gorgeous. Big damage there. That's why all of those spirits were hurting bad, man. And a beautiful setup here from AF50. From the helm to the boots with big life rep on them. This is a true sin right here. This is a real sin. And he's got a P skull in that armor for life rep and mana regen. In LLD, you can't use mana pots, right? No mana pots. So in which case, you got to think of creative ways to re-up on that mana, whether it's with insight like that, or with P skulls, right? But mainly that P skull is probably for the life rep. As a Sin player, you got to be ready to turn it into a real duel if need be, and that includes, even in LLD, repping to full, right? It's happened. It can get to that point, is all I'm saying. Sometimes you just got to rep to full. That's just what it is. Great duel here between AF50 and Lin. Lin is making some big waves in a lot of different formats, boys. I really think y'all better watch out for this guy. He is on the come up. And let me tell you, he's got some skills in a whole bunch of different divisions here. As we pop over to Nimrod on the Din. Look at this handsome Din player. This guy is just on a different planet. Sparkling, not because of the inner sight, but because he's in this beautiful silver, handsome fucking armor is what it is. He is a Din of all sorts here as he goes up against high-level IQ. And here we go, boys. High level IQ on the Zon versus Nim on the Din. Sparkly silver Din here. This is crazy. Uh-oh, and there it is. Big hits for Nim, and down goes high level IQ. We couldn't see Nim's life total
Greetings.
as we were so zoomed in on the handsome silvery armor that this Din has. Master race armor. But damn. This is crazy. 1-0 in favor of Nim. Up next, we got DD versus Smaltz, and then we'll go Will versus Baloney if those guys are ready. If not, we'll check out and see what's in the queue here. Right, here we go. Epic cinematics between West and Nimrod. West, aka high level IQ, landed some shots versus Nim, but down he goes. Nim at about half life there. Nim really stacking up that crushing blow. Now, this is an interesting matchup. So, Dins are pretty limited based on their pretty high level, pretty dominant performance in throughout Melee history, right? So, in this matchup right here, they can't wear Fortitude, they can't use Phoenix, they can't use a lot of different things, right? Like the new Jewels, they can't use that versus these classes. However, those other classes can use those things versus the Din, which I think might be really good in this current meta for classes such as the Zon, for classes like the Barbarian. I honestly think that the Barbarian is really underrated right now, and I think with the rule change that's on the horizon for Melee, where, you know, regarding Fort and meta, I think we're going to see some big changes. I think we are going to see some shakeups here. And there it is, man. Nim gets there again, but some big damage for high level IQ. I hate when you pour a liquid IV and it doesn't dissolve in the water properly. You know, water is the universal solvent. Eventually it will dissolve just about anything in this life. You just got to give it time, you know? You got to be prepared to wait a couple of months. It'll be there. Nim taking some damage. Taking some Thorns damage as well from high level IQ. Big hits from high level IQ. Down goes Nim. Baloney and I in the queue as well? Alright, dude. Hell yeah. Hasha versus Baloney. Let's freaking go. Hasha versus Baloney. Let's freaking jam it. Let me see what else I'm missing here. By the way, what's up, Crypto? Coming back from a 2-week break, getting back to grinding reps this weekend. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. All right, and that's Baloney and, oh yeah, that's right. That's LLD. Shit. All right, Will says he's not ready yet. We'll throw you all back in the queue here. No worries. Damn, son, and Nim getting there in that round. Apologizing for the Din violence that he is enacting on this Zan. God, this silver setup, man. Jesus Christ, that's awesome. I really think that is part of what it is in Melee that really makes a unique build. We've seen so many times people with like those visionary helms, that, you know, have that really bright white look to them. You see them in druid helms. You see them every once in a while on Dins. We've seen Shakos with that visionary mod, right? Gives you that really bright white look on the Din, on the helm. But look at this. This is a straight silver. This is a Tin Man setup right here for Nim. This is just insane. I think it really is about the look. It's not just about the wins and the damage and the weapons, but it really is. There's something about the cosmetics too. And just choosing a suit that not only performs, but that also looks good. That's crazy to see. By the way, what up, Clowny? Just seeing that, brother. Welcome in. Water can kill you. It's such bullshit. Dude, really, water is crazy. Water is the most powerful and destructive force, I think, on the planet. It's insane. Oh my god, big hits for Nim. Powerful yet destructive, you know? Water is good. Water is crazy. JK, I'm ready. That's all right. We'll just pop into Baloney after Smolps, and we'll see what's going on. We'll see what happens. We'll see where he's at. We actually might be, we might be able to pop into Baloney. Yeah, we'll go DD Smolps. Those guys have been waiting. Baloney has 2 back-to-back, but he'll be able to pull it off. He can easily switch. LLD, HLD. Can easily switch, no problem. DD and Smolps been waiting patiently to enact some LLD violence. SVS, I can't wait, man. That's going to be a big test, I think, for Smolps versus DD. It's going to be a big test. DD is a savage on literally everything he does. Oh my god, big hits. A violent round there for Nin. Now 8-2 in favor of Nimrod on the Din. High-level IQ getting some reps in here. Getting some reps against absolute legends here today. Nim starting this round off violently. Violently. And down he goes. He gets the high-level IQ. Comes off with his sparkly Din. Ready to jam. Holy shit. It's tooth throw is what the armor was. Big open wounds there. Yeah, big open wounds, big defense. It was F up to tooth throw with a Zod rune in it. He goes swap 1. He's swapping it out. Now I believe it's 9-2 in favor of Nim. He's swapping to the red armor. He's doing it big. The royal red. But can he get there in the final round with a different color? With a different colored armor. He does it. He does it. A win for the Din. Nimrod celebrating with the sparkly Din. 10-2. Crazy, man. Nim is back, boys. It's good to see him. It's good to see this guy on the ROT dubs. Boys, we're gonna have to convert it. We're gonna have to bring my Din over now. Now that my boy Nim is over here, got nobody saying not to. Hell yeah, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. Green lungs and AF-50 in the queue for melee? Hell yeah, man. Might be able to sneak you in between Baloney stool here. Green lungs versus AF-50. Between the 2 Baloney duels. Melee. Hell yeah, man. Look at that. Perfect F Arcane's Valor with the Zod in it. Man, that's good. Look at that DFC Melee Champion belt. He was holding on to that, I think, from the old game. I love it. That's so crazy to see it. It's crazy that he's brought it over, boys. And there it is. Nim is back with a vengeance. Damn, son. All right, let's get up in there. DD versus Smolps. LLD division. Level 30 duels. And it's gonna be wild. Whoops. It's gonna be wild, boys. Sork v. Sork. DD, an absolute savage with every class he's ever played. We've ever seen him on. In LLD, this guy is insane. And this is gonna be Fire Sork versus Fire Sork. Let's fucking go.
Your power was no match for mine.
And here we go. Alicia Keys, aka Smolps, coming in trying to take on previous champion DD and an absolute LLD legend. But will the controller pay off? Big shots for DD. Happy to stay at close range and trade. Damn, son. That was the exact exchange DD was looking for there. He wanted Smolps to engage when he had clearly had that upper hand. Got those shots in there. He knew that the Hydras weren't going to do enough too quickly to outpace those vicious fireballs. He knew it. He knew he had the upper hand. He was going to roll the dice. He got in there and did it. That was the exact exchange. He knows what he's got to do. This is going to be a big test, I think, for Smolps. But if he can get this, if he can take this from DD SVS, that's going to be a big statement for Smolps. DD was the previous longest reigning defending LLD champion in DFC history, with, I believe, tying Toshank's record, I think, with 13 consecutive defenses. I think that's what he did. I have to go back and check, but I'm pretty sure that's what it was. I think he tied Toshank's record. Big shots there for DD, and now Smolps is in a little bit of trouble here. But he wisely disengages there and looks to reset on that last one. That was very good. Very smart. As he lands some shots, free shots on DD, as DD's trying to set up. Absolutely incredible, incredible hunting by DD there, and this guy's showing why he was an absolute phenom champion. He says, yeah, oh yeah, he caught him. He caught him. I hope he doesn't draw a penis with Blaze. Oh, come on, he's mature. He wouldn't do that. He's mature. This is a family show. This is a family show, DD. This is a family-friendly fucking show. Here he is drawing dicks. Oh, god damn. Alright, well, make sure your kids are in bed here. That's... DD is a rule breaker. Check his gear. Rule breaker? Oh no! Why? What's he got on for gear over here? Is he rocking those Infernos? Oh man, Hell Inc. rocking the new emojis, dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, we'll get to see some gear after this. I don't think he's breaking no rules. DD is an absolute phenom, a rule understander. Oh man, look at this. Smolps actually has him against the ropes here. Smolps gonna have to get real picky with his shots here, and he's gonna have to be ready to punish DD for coming in. Nice shots there as he lands some Hydras. Setting these Hydras up, making it very difficult for DD to get on the inside. DD is gonna regenerate some of this mana. He's gonna go in for some big hits here. Nice shots from the outside. Those Hydras landing some damage. DD is very, very low. Might actually be Hydra PK. Smalls with some great shots there at close range. Uh-oh. Beautiful pressure from DD. Both of these guys are on Insight side now. They fired so many fireballs, it's completely drained their mana. They're trying to re-up on it. It's like taking a breather, you know? Good thing is about Insight is it has faster cast on it as well, and can oftentimes, it won't drop you a breakpoint when you swap to it. It's a very efficient LLD item. Damn, son, did that count? Is it now 3-1? Holy shit, both of these guys took each other out there. That was insane. Insane round for these guys.
I am overburdened.
Put Belly and Track in queue. Stepping in for his DFC welcoming NVD. Fucking right, dude. Belly v Track. Love to see it. Billy. Oh, that's right. Yep. I remember now. I saw that comment. That's actually gonna be dope, dude. Thanks for doing that, Track. Look at this. Track trying to beat up on some newcomers here. Just trying to beat up on the new guy. Love the double KOs in LLD tonight, right? There's been a lot of them, dude. There has been a lot. It's been crazy, including your duel, right? Dude, I was literally, as I saw that, Kyle, I was like, Kyle, just stand still. Just stand still. And I saw you run out. I'm like, oh, shit. I knew it was going to happen. I was like, just stand still. That was crazy. That's always the thing with those hammers, man. H-Dins get so many, like, ties. It's crazy. DD in trouble here early. Both of these guys are actually pretty similar life total. Just about half already. Smalls was picking some good shots here. Uh-oh. DD getting in with some vicious hits there. That was insane. 4-1 in favor of DD, but I have got to say, Smolps looked real good in that. He looked real good, especially in those last couple of rounds. He was really adapting and really picking it up. I feel like when Smolps duels somebody that is really good, it's so impressive how quickly he can just rise to the occasion, match them where they're at, and pick, like he's so quick at that, man. Like DD is a savage, and Smolps was on his level by the end of that duel, like picked up on everything. That was crazy. Some great angles there from Smolps. He's obviously playing kind of on a whole different medium with the controller and everything. You know, but you got to use it to your advantage where you can. Pick your shots, and it's something you have to adapt to. It's a whole different play style, man. That is crazy. Very nicely done. Damn, son. Pretty good mirror match here between these guys. And look at these paw graphic 1512s here from DD. That's really cool, too. Paw graphic 1512s. You gotta love it. What a monster, right? Hell yeah, man. Hydra and chilling armor. This guy's got fireball on his insight. Man, DD doesn't fuck around, man. Every little thing so min-maxed. I love it. Not only an incredible player, but just got great gear to back it up. That was a great duel.
Your power was no match for mine.
All right, what have we got next here? We have got Hasha versus Baloney as we pop into Baloney Pony on this Warlock. Oh my god, look at this guy. Holy shit, the Warlock with the bow. You see it here. He's got himself a bow. He is ready to throw down. He ain't messing around, bros. That is a beautiful looking Warlock. He's got the COA on the helm up there. He is very likely got a demon machine, possibly. Yeah, probably a demon machine. And he's got this purple little shield around him right there. That is the psychic ward. He's got the psych ward protecting him. And this thing, just so beautiful. Love it, man. Looks like a royal ascendant or something. Like, it just, what a great setup. Great cosmetics with the gear and everything. God, I love it, man. Baloney Pony on the bow lock. How will he do? He is going up against, in this duel, Hasha. And I think this is Hasha here. And what class is Hasha on? We about to find out, dude. We about to find out. Nope. Oh, it's not Hasha. Is it, is this Will? Will versus Baloney. All right, here we go. Yep, you're right. Never mind. Hasha versus Baloney was LLD. My bad. My bad. That's right. Will versus Baloney. So I think... What did Will go with? Will... We're about to find out what he was on. Oh, he's on the Din. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Might have caught him there. Might have caught him. Oh my god. And he let off that life tap there too. That's going to bring him right back into this. You got to be very careful of that. Oh my god. Of that fire damage though. Damn, son. GG. Epic duel there. I actually really like this. So Baloney Pony has some tricks up his sleeve with this. I really think that the fire skills here, they're really nice. But I think the only fire skill, or the most important fire skill in this entire matchup, I should say, is the Ring of Fire. Not because it does damage, but because of the knockback. You're going to have a player like Will getting in here on this Din, trying to close the distance, trying to chain lock you. And Ring of Fire will knock them back, right? Now that's incredibly powerful if you have a bow and can follow it up with some insane shots. The Ring of Fire here is just going to punish Will when he closes the distance and gets on the inside if he ain't paying attention, right? It's gonna punish him for not paying attention. He's got caught with some of those arrows too. You see how Will is so low? He's getting caught with those arrows. Yeah, I was gonna say, now you see Baloney Oh shit, you're right. Yeah, he had his pet up. My bad, my bad. Good call. Yeah, just redo it. Go heal. Go heal. Go heal, Will. That's fine. Yeah, just redo it. No worries. I'm gonna re-up on the SIG, boys. I'll be right back. We back. Oh shit, here we go. Yeah, they're just gonna re-up on that to explain what happened there. There was, pets are banned on a warlock. I didn't notice that, my bad. But pets are banned. Why are pets banned? Because they're fucking broken. As with just about any skill in the warlock skill tree, they're fucking busted. Just about every pet does insane shit. And the pet that, Baloney had up there, it was an accidental casting, he didn't mean to keep it. He usually consumes it, but he forgot to consume it there. The consumption of the pet will give him some bonus magic damage, minus enemy magic, res, all of that stuff, right? But if you have the pet out there, they're just insane. They make it so that when you hit the paladin's pets, you end up doing damage to them as well. It's just so busted, man. So that's why that one in particular, probably, that's where all that damage is probably coming from. I was like, how is he getting hit? Looks like Baloney hit his pets. Shared some of that damage with him. I really think that that bow lock, though, I think this build right here, I love what Baloney's using. There's not a lot of people who are using this setup, who are using this build. So it's really hard to get practice runs in. I remember Will was actually asking me, I've had a bit, like, real busy past few days, but he was asking me for some reps, because I think I'm like the only one he knows that actually runs a bow lock. There isn't many people that do, but it's not only a legal build, but it is a very powerful one, I think. I really think Baloney's onto something with this. Very powerful build. I mean, he uses mirrored blades is essentially what it is, but those mirrored blades is what splits that bolt from the crossbow and turns it into 5 bolts, right? And all of those bolts are just enchanted, essentially, with vicious magic damage from Hex Purge. And it gets so ridiculous. It gets so ridiculous single target like that. It's insane. Oh, big fire hits there. Baloney Pony landed some shots there. That was insane. Damn, shoots him down with that bow. That's insane, man. Yep, pets are for eating. That's what it is. Gotta consume them pets as a warlock. Inventory full of cinnamon rolls. GG, damn. Oh shit, he had pet again. Yep, no worries. Just redo. No worries. No worries. It happens. Honestly, like, here's the thing. In regular pub games, when you do this, sometimes people will just keep pets up anyway, and it's just second nature, right? To, like, cast them, you consume one, forget to consume the other, or just, yeah. It's no worries. It happens. We'll just redo. Just... no worries, we'll just re. Alright, I believe, alright, so that's gonna nullify that win there for Baloney Pony, because he had the pet. Accidental pet castage. Uh-oh! Will closing the distance, almost had that right there. Big hits for Will. Uh-oh. Oh, big shots with that bow. You saw that. That was one hit with that bow. Did 90% damage. Did 90% damage to Will there. That was insane. See if we can catch this from Will's standpoint on the din over here and check this out. See how it looks on his end. That handsome din with that grief Zerker. Look at that green theme. He's got the grief proc, so his weapon is green. The pants are green. Closing that distance, procking that life tap. Now, those arrows are still dangerous from the outside, but you'll usually only get hit by one of them, which will still do a bit of damage if you get connected on, but it's going to be way different than that close range where all of those arrows are just focused right in on you. That life tap there is really big. That's really big, because that's allowing it so that when Will closes the distance and actually does get a hit in there, it's gonna heal him. Oh, gets him with the FOHPK, and down he goes. Holy shit. (3-1) in favor of Will on the Din. This is kind of crazy, because usually the Din doesn't have too many matchups where he is favored, you know, in this game at all. But against a bow warlock, any non-miasma using warlock, it seems as though that might be the case. Based on a little bit of data that we've collected here so far, Din might actually be favored in this matchup. Kind of crazy. If you still got to know what you're doing though, because those friggin' bows, it's not like a Zon, right? It isn't like chasing a Zon on a smiter. You have, I mean, this bow, I mean, you have a pretty good chance at close range of connecting, because all 5 shots get focused in, just like that. Every time he gets in, all 5 shots are focused in, and you know one of them's gonna hit. So he's gonna get punished every time he goes in, and that is why Baloney is kind of taking his time, looking for the shot before he pieces out of there, right? He knows that that's an ideal range. Is when Will is coming in, looking for that lock. That's when he's taking it. That's when he's taking his time trying to get in there, but now he's in trouble. He might be FOHPK. Baloney's going to try to keep his distance. Going to try to flood the map with some fire. Flood it with, oh, big arrow hit from Baloney. Baloney is low, but these arrows can connect. He only needs one to connect from the outside, and there it is. Gets it as he's coming in. Very nicely done from Baloney. Holy shit, man. He was on the ropes there. 3-2 in favor of Will. This is an epic bout, man. Yeah, Smiter, very good versus Bollock, just can't get hit. Bollock needs Widow and Kite ability. Yeah, I think so too. In this matchup, when I was going up against Barbs and Dins, I would just go straight Bollock, and I would have, I always use Mist because of the Pierce. They always just use pets. Everybody uses pets. So I just try to pierce them, right? But then also the guided arrow, you won't be able to shoot 5 guideds, right? But, you know, you won't be able to do that. But guided arrow in particular is really good. Look at that. That was one hit from that bow. I think he might have actually got clocked by the Armageddon there too. Oh my God, and it's now tied, boys. It comes down to this.
How low will I have to sink to accomplish my goal?
As we pop back in here to Baloney Pony and see how it looks as he tries to hold on. The real duels. The fight of the nights, as Max says. These warlock duels. I don't know, man. I actually think this is a really cool build track. I think it's a really cool one. It has its weaknesses. It's definitely different. It's got the big KO potential. I really think this might be eventually, if they don't change anything, this may be where the Warlock lands as like the best build. It is not an unreasonable thing to think that Miasma skills might at least be restricted in certain matchups for the Warlock in the future. And it may be that this is the build that is like most fair, as unfair as it is. It's like fairly unfair, you know? It's what it is. These are all avoidable. But there are certain things. There are certain weaknesses that it has. Uh-oh, big shots there, and there it is. A toe-to-toe match. Will gets there. 4-3 victory for the Din. Where's Nim at? The Dins get the wins, boys. Where that Nim at, boys? Holy shit. Damn, son. Let's check out this gear as these guys show this off. What an epic duel, man. I think that was really cool. Please reconnect to the server. Uh-oh, did he get dropped too? Is everybody dropping here? All right, there we go. Yeah, he was using Demon Machine. Enigma, of course. Double-bared COA to kind of counteract some of that potential minus res from the Jewel, from the Sunder. You really got to overstack it these days, which kind of sucks. I wish some of these new items would have added more DR, because that is just something you can't easily stack up in this game, and they added so many items, or a couple of new items, that efficiently reduce it, which is... ugh. It kind of... we've seen the effects in Melee, and it's not good, right? But that was Exile that he was using as his shield. Didn't necessarily worry about getting to 125 cast, I don't think. Or did he? Yeah, no, he didn't. If he had Grief and Exile, he can't get it. So he went 75 cast on that Din, knowing that he would probably be chasing a Warlock that was at similar frames. It's very smart, man. Very smart. It's insane. 2017s in the inventory for Baloney. Really love this. Oh, it wasn't Demon Machine. Look at this. It was a rare Demon Crossbow with minus Rex, but the Fool's mod. Cruel Fool, minus Rex, and it looks like he has a potentially a Jewel in here that adds like min and max damage. That's really cool. That is an interesting call. I really like that. That's a smart call because it gives him a lot of an AR boost here. Big AR boost, which is going to help him hit a Din with big defense. Another way to do that, guided arrow on the swap, right? Damn, son, that is crazy. Absolutely insane. Nicely done. Great job, Will. Great job, Baloney. This was an epic match to see, man. This was an epic one. Gee, fucking jeez. All right, boys, up next, we have got Greenlungs versus AF50, while Baloney gets set up for his duel versus Hasha and LLD. And then we've got Billy versus Tracking. Greenlungs versus AF50, boys. Let's do this. Greenlungs versus AF50 in the Melee division. Greenlungs coming in on the Fight Network, a barb known for vicious damage, even more vicious defense, and just an absolute seasoned opponent here for AF50. AF50 trying to get back in the dub column here, but he's got himself a vicious opponent here tonight. This is going to be wild. Lands a hit versus the Fight Network, aka the Greenlungs. These guys are going to be jockeying back and forth to actually land hits. And you can tell AF50's got that COA on, which is going to show big respect for the items that Greenlungs can have on that barb to fight back against that minus enemy res. Crazy, man. Crazy. I stopped farming for a bit just to watch this duel. That is a fun one, man. Thanks for letting me know, Dougie Fresh. Yeah, that's a really cool duel, I think. I think of all the Warlock builds, that Bowlock that Baloney has not only could potentially be the most powerful, but is certainly the most interesting. I mean, he always switches it up. Baloney Pony has been on a hybrid version of that Warlock for a very long time, whether it's miasma skills and the bow, whether it's fires and miasma skills, and in recent history, kind of just really leaning on the bow and switching to fire or miasma, depending on the matchup. But it's been crazy. His journey on that Warlock has been insane. He's really showed what that class can be, and you know what that class can do in a very fair way in PvP, and sometimes in an unfair way. But the only way we're gonna know is if we jam it. And thank God for people like Baloney getting in there, not giving a fuck about what some of the people say who shit on the Warlock. And sure, yeah, it is a pretty broken class, right? It's pretty easy to hate it, but it's harder to actually want to get in there, study it, learn it, do cool things with it, in the face of all the hatred around the Warlock. And I think That's an incredible thing. And we've got a big blessing in Baloney Pony doing that for us. Big cheers to him. The shit log, right? Let's go, Green Lung. Make the Barbs proud. Cats Tats says it's now 2-1. He's getting on the board. Green Lung's on the board. Green Lung's Barb looks so. This is a handsome looking Barb right here too. Both of these guys pretty insane looking characters. Big hits though for AF50. Big hits. I'm surprised he's actually landing these hits. He must have a weapon with like the Fool's mod on it or something, because he is landing against Green Lungs' fuckery here. Green Lungs just procced some fade there with the new jewel. Notice how Green Lungs went a little bit invisible there. That was a fade proc from the jewel. Oh yeah, there it is. It's a nice Etten axe there. Decent base IAS on that with the Big Fool's mod. And that's how he's making up, how he's able to stack up all of this DR and still manage to have enough AR to hit Green Lungs through his vicious defense. We've seen from Green Lungs before, we can pop over to his screen here in a sec, that when he starts doing his concentration here, his defense, we've seen it go to 60k before. It is pretty wild. And he's landing some big shots here as well. Oh my god, and there it is. Green Lungs gets there again. Climbing up the ranks here. Now 3-2, slightly in favor of AF50. Trash Annie, 10-13-7. Oh, they're popping it, dude. I didn't even notice. That's right, dude. The Last Dynasty, every Thursday night, these guys, starting at 9 p.m. Eastern, these guys just start popping D-clone servers like nobody's business. They're probably still going. There's a good chance they're still going. Get yourself a game on non-ladder, US East, or NA server. They're probably still going. Wouldn't be surprised. Hopefully your luck is better than Kyle's. You got a 10-13-7. Dude, it's so funny. You remember that video where I was trading my way to Enigma? So many people were like, you'd never get an Annie for a perfect Amethyst. And I feel like those people have they never play on Thursday nights. Those guys never play on Thursday nights, that's for sure. We literally throw down any Annie on the ground. We literally trash it. Just about all of us in this chat, if it's not like 2019 or better. It's trash. And there it is, man. Green Lungs getting there. Now 4-3 in his favor. It's crazy. When the boars are farming, I get like 11, 12 Annies a night from them. Yeah, I'm telling you, man. They are practically worthless these days. Yep. Just pop a next game, repeat every time. Yep. Exactly. That's how to do it, man. Yep. Squigs knows. 2020 or it's on the floor. That's basically where I'm at. Unless I'm playing on ladder, like early ladder season or something, I'll practically keep any Annie, but then as soon as it resets, they're just going right on the ground. Except for me and Leroy, we did some big Annie IDs at one point, and I think I held on to all those just to show off, like, at the end, how many we ID'd. I might still have a lot of them, too. But yeah, that was actually pretty fun. Leroy went around and collected, like, on multiple occasions, like 100+ Annies, and we had this big ID sesh. That was crazy. All right, here we go. These guys throwing down. Oh yeah, they pop in this server again. You can see it. Terror spreads across Sanctuary. Next one's about to pop. That's interesting because it's at the 5-minute mark. Damn, son, AF50 getting back on the board. There it is. Holy shit, they're popping it. What are they popping them every 5 minutes? Every 15 maybe? Holy shit, AF50 now crawling back up here. 4-5. 4 wins for AF50. 5 wins for Green Lungs. Getting in there for the Barbs. AF50 landing some shots here. Doing a great job of avoiding the hits from Green Lungs, but now taking some big damage. Holy shit. How is Greenlung still in this? He has been fighting that defense of AF50 that whole round, but he's stayed in there for a long time, dude. Holy shit. 5-5 now in favor of nobody. Oh, I see him. He's my countess. Oh, yeah, yep. Doing some countess runs and ran into him, Frosty. Yep. That's the best. Easy. I don't think he can get out through those doors, so you can actually trap him there, too, just like you can in the palace. I think he's trapped in there. You know, if you're early ladder and need to cheese him out a little bit. Close round here for these guys. This one could go either way. Damn, there it is. Greenlungs pulls ahead yet again on this Bairb. It was my Rodament a couple weeks ago for quest. Now, did you actually get the quest when you killed him, or did you have to go kill Rodament again? 10, 11, 10. Fuck, that sucks. Yeah, that might actually be one of the worst annies you can get. Definitely one of the worst. Not even a collector's 10, 10, 10. Wow, even score between these guys. 6s right now, I believe. No, had to redo quests. I figured as much. I always thought that, so, D-Clone, when he spawns in place of any quest enemy, he actually fucks the entire quest up. So, if you do it in the Chaos Sanctuary, you would think that you could just pop the seal and kill D-Clone, but it doesn't work that way. It actually fucks the entire quest up. And he'll spawn, but he counts as a seal boss, so he must be killed before the Sanctuary is cleared. However, Diablo will never spawn. The real Diablo will never spawn, because whoever, let's say he spawns in place of Desace, the game thinks you never killed Desace. So it won't spawn Diablo. It's crazy. Even though all the seals are popped, Sanctuary is clear, Desace nowhere in sight. 1914-9. Trash. Right on the ground. Dropped a shit Annie instead of my skill book. Guess they're kind of the same thing in a way. I'd take a skill book any day. Damn, son. And there it is now. AF50 pulling ahead. 7s. Yep. 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 I tested that out, actually. That was one of my first ever Diablo 2 videos on my channel, is me testing out the seal pop theory about Diablo and noticing that, and this was back on the old version of the game, LOD, noticing that it didn't actually, like, you couldn't kill D-Clone with a seal pop, and that real Diablo didn't spawn. One of my first ever videos. One of my first ever vidges. This is a great match. Hell yeah, man. This is epic. Back and forth. 7-8 in favor of Greenlungs. Up next, we've got Hasha versus Baloney Pony, and then Billy versus Track. Billy versus Track Amp in some traditional NVD. I can't wait, man. Greenlungs trying to get there on this Bairb. Looks like he might even have the Ariat's helm, or Ariat's style helm anyway. Very well could be Ariat's. It's big, it's big AR boost, it's big dual stats. It's really not a horrible helm in a lot of ways, especially if you can stack the new jewel in it. Looks a lot like Ariat's to me, I got to say. Beautiful looking barb. Let's friggin' go, man. An epic round between these guys, but how will it go? A lot of miss indicators there for AF50 as he struggles to get through the defense and the block of Greenlungs. Greenlungs laying it down on this barb, man. He's had a great run here so far in this duel, but damn, AF50 barely pulls ahead from almost 1. Look at that life total. 35, literally 1%. That is crazy. Billy finally doing DFC, one of my favorite Necros to duel. Dude, that's awesome. I'm happy to see him here, man. I've heard some good things about this guy. Javito was saying the same thing earlier. He's like, hey, man, this guy's really good Necro. Hell yeah. That's freaking awesome, man. Holy shit, man. Almost from the brink of defeat, but Green Lungs gets there. Now, 10-8. Green Lungs takes it as a dub for the Barbs here today. Got some rules changes coming to Hardcore Iron Man next week. Look out for a post sometime after DFC ends. Hell yeah, thanks for doing that, Nim. Can't wait, man. By the way, I assume that probably means we'll have a Hardcore Iron Man going next week. If y'all are in the Discord, want to be a part of it, make sure you're around. Check out those new rules. GG's, brother. Ariats is king for cons. Oh yeah, and he's got an F. He's got an F upped Ariats with a Zod rune in it. Beautiful fanged knife there. And there it is. There's that new jewel, man. Very nicely rolled too. 49 ED minus 10. And look at that, 96% ED on that charm too. That's a beautiful Sunder. I gotta find me some more Sunders. I gotta go back on the Sunder hunt, boys. Gots to go back on the Sunder hunt. Dual Raven Frost. Man, it's insane. Very good duel between these guys. It's so cool to see Barbs back. It's so good to see Green Lungs back. On this Barb, laying it down, man. This was one of my favorite Barbs ever to see duel. And this guy's back in the saddle. So cool to see. Nice dual stat ring there for AF52. Big AR dual stats. Great duel between these guys. Absolutely epic showdown. That was crazy. He says, I'm coming for you, coach. GG's, buddy. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Let's fucking go, man. Up next, we've got Hasha versus Baloney Pony and some LLD Zan v Zan.
I shall purge this land of the shadow.
And would you look at this Thunder Slut. The good old Thunder Slut down here, matching Zans. These guys ready to throw down. Let's fucking do it. I just dropped one walking through hell from the cold worm. It's like, what the fuck? What? That's sick, dude. Hell yeah. All right, and here we go. This is LLD Zan v Zan. This shit's gonna be wild. This is gonna be almost like more traditional Zan v Zan in the HLD sense, but these guys, LLD. Oh, look at this, man. Baloney Pony. Trying to get some shots in there. Now, this is something. Baloney's going to be playing on controller, which in this matchup, I think, is actually a disadvantage. Now, why is it a disadvantage? Because one of the biggest things that you can do to set yourself up real good in this matchup is CT guided, right? CT guided shots. And that's something that at this point, Hasha, playing on his Zon, is able to do CT guided, and there he is as we swap over. He's doing some CT guided shots here, and that's gonna be a big advantage for him. It's gonna force Baloney Pony basically to close the distance. Baloney Pony is gonna need to rush this duel where it will benefit him up close with Javs, right? That's what he wants to do. He does not want to stay long range versus someone like Hasha, who is definitely CT shooting these guideds. Now, what is the advantage with CT guidance? What does this even mean? Well, you notice that Thunder Slut, aka Hasha, is opening up his character screen, opening up his skill tab every once in a while. And you might think that that's a misclick or a mistake, but what he's doing is he's using that to shift his character to one side of the screen, giving himself an even greater range at which he can click past his character. Now, that is important with a skill like Guided Arrow, which works sort of like Bone Spirit does, in the sense that wherever you click on the screen is where the projectile will go before doing anything else, including its inherent homing ability, right? So Guided Arrow, when you CT shoot it, will go to that location, then it will start seeking a target. So it essentially increases the range at which Guided Arrow can seek a target. Because after a certain range, after you fired Guided Arrow, after a certain range, it will stop seeking. It will stop trying to seek a target. So if you shoot it at your feet and it goes off screen, there's no chance it's going to go seek out a target. But if you CT it past the screen, there's a good chance that just on the edge of your map, just about at the very far edge of it, it can seek out its target. It's crazy. Trophy Annie, 10-10-5. GG, man. All right, and here we go. 2-0 so far in favor of Hasha. The CT casting, big advantage here. Yeah, I think that for sure, Baloney wants to close this distance. That's for sure. Clint and I are ready for the Necro v Barb. Oh shit, that's going to be good too. Clint versus Smolps. That one's going to be wild. Baloney Pony actually seeing some big success here. Damn, as he gets clipped by that arrow. But damn, he was actually seeing some big success as he closed that distance. He was looking to really get up close and personal. That was a close one. Amazon Prime. Both of these guys have hilarious names. Amazon Prime, Thunder Slut. It's great. Gotta love the names that you're allowed to type in Diablo 2. Apparently PCP is not a name you're able, or a thing you're able to type, but you can type it in a name. Oh, was it really L-Link? That's sick. You had the name Amazon Prime on LOD? That's sick. That was back in the days where you could only have one of any given name on the realm, too. And my druid was Alder. No way! No way. That's a great name for a druid. So close. 10-10-9. You're getting wicked lucky with those 10-10s here. Or real shit Annies, I should say. You're getting real lucky with the extreme shit Annies, Human Testament. You know, if you look at your luck that way, it changes your whole... changes the whole stance on it. Beautiful shooting here from Baloney Pony. As he gets in there, swaps from the bow to the shield to try to deflect some of these shots. And you can see Hash's guided arrows just seeking from so far out. That's that CT shooting, man. Nice shots there. Beautiful timing from Baloney Pony. That is a great way. This guy is showing a masterclass on how to use a how to be a controller player here. You gotta take advantage of the opportunities you're given. Oh man, gets caught. Uh-oh, big throws there from Hasha. He's got to be careful around those corners, though, because they can still seek. Guideds can still seek around corners, and surprisingly, you won't be able to see them. There's a little bit of a visual glitch where Guideds will seek around corners, and you won't be able to see that they're actually tracking you. There it is, cut down by the Thunder Slut. He says, bah, GG's. Damn, son. Yeah, I think the CT shooting there was definitely the big advantage. Those Guideds just seeking out from all the way across the map like that, or way further across the map, was just a big deal. That made a big difference there. Tired of losing, H-Din versus Guided and LLD made a new Din, dedicated charger. Little guy just needs his quest completed. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Even then, you'll notice him against really good Zons, it still fucking blows. But a charger, and if you know how to use one, it forces the Zon to be a good Zon instead of just being these trash Zons with, oh, let me just shoot Guided and run in a random direction, randomly with weird timing. They can't do that. It's like, you gotta be a real good Zon. Then they'll make it feel pretty miserable if they are, but still. Yeah, that's true, Kyle. Doesn't help much with his arm. Look at those. 10 IS knockback gloves for Baloney Pony. And 32015s. This guy's got it made. He's actually got some gear, let me tell you. Let me tell you. I'm not sure if you need that many shales in the bow. But he could have us actually, yeah. If you're, yeah, that you might actually. The only way you're able to get away with 2 is, I think, if you go with Death Set, which compromises your DR. Yeah, so I think he needs that shale without Death Set. Or, I don't think it's possible to get it with Sanders. Yeah, 3 shales. Need 70 IAS. Yep. Word with the Ashwood. Ah, okay. Need 70 IAS. Okay, so you get 60 from the bow, and then, yep, that makes sense. That makes sense. 60 from bow, and then 10 from the gloves. Hell yeah. Billy and Track Amp. These guys are ready. Let's get up in there. Nice gear from these guys. Great setup. A great Zan v Zan matchup. Hasha takes it. He's racking up the wins here. Hasha is back in dominant fashion. That is wild, man. All right, boys, let's get up in there. Billy versus Track Amp and some NVD.
Nothing will stand in my way.
GG's, boys. Holy shit. Track Amp up in here on a windy droid. On a windy droid, this guy. Lord Rothschild, a.k.a. the Billy, coming in here in his DFC debut. And this guy is an absolute legend, man. Billy coming in, laying it down, trying to show that dominance, especially in this matchup. A classically epic matchup, and he's got himself a legendary opponent. Not many people step up and duel Track Amp, the first duel that they get in the DFC. Track Amp trying to pick on the newcomer over here. But it could backfire. Billy could be an absolute phenom over here. He's landed a spear. Looking to get that stomp. Landed a NATO. Lord Rothschild, a.k.a. Billy, is in trouble. Nice spear, though. He's landing some more. Now, this matchup in particular, in the spirit of keeping it as fair as possible, or really as quick as possible, these are the rules to this matchup. It is basically no teeth for the Necro, so the Necro can't just run around spamming teeth, right? The trade-off is that the Druid can only use a bear as a pet. Of course, they can use crows, you know, ravens, and an oak sage, but as far as meat shield pets, they can only use the bear, and the oak, really. But that makes it so that those spears have a better chance of piercing pets and doing damage, as opposed to the Druid just riding around with 5 wolves and telly stomping, tellying back out, recasting wolves. Those duels just take forever. This is in the spirit of speeding up the duel, but if that wasn't the case, then the Necro would just spam teeth instead of bone spirit and set up interactions like that. They could actually win the whole duel with teeth. And just spam it in the right direction all the time. It gets pretty crazy. But it does take a while, if you can imagine trying to win a duel with teeth. Those circs are wild for LLD. Yeah, man, I'm telling you. The LLD gear is probably some of the most impressive stuff you can see, man, because it's gear that most people don't really ever... Like, your typical casuals, right, who don't really know much about PvP, don't ever know what they're looking for. I still see posts all around the internet sometimes in the Discord, of people that just have no idea. I mean, something looks cool because it has +2 to skills in level 30, and they think like, oh, this has got to be good or something. But it's just like, some people just don't understand how absolute god tier items can be in LLD. It's really weird, man. Like, I mean, we've seen 230-22 open socket helms in LLD tonight, right, on various builds. 230-22 open socket, like literally probably better than most casuals HLD gear, right? It isn't like HLD gear is some compromise of, you know, just way worse HLD shit. It is actually top tier shit. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can have 5 traps claws, you can have 5 NATO 2 socket 10 FHR helms, you can have 5 spear, 5 spirit, 2 socket, 20 cast wands. You can have 5 spear, 5 spirit, 2 socket, 30, 20 necro shields.
I can't carry anymore.
You can have +5 blizzard, +5 mastery, 2 socket, 20 cast wands for a Sork. It's like, bro, it's fucking wild, the skills that can be, like the items that can exist in LLD. Most people have no idea. And even if you look at the charms, right? Like, the charms are practically HLD charms, right? I mean, besides the fact you can't have skillers, right? But like, Think of like the most devastating LLD charm, a 320-15. Well, in HLD, it's a 320-20. It's like very close to like god tier shit. What is the queue? Y'all are up next, Smolfs. Clint and Smolfs up next. And then that is the only thing I've got in the queue. Avito says, I brought Billy into this. If he loses, I'll have to avenge him. That's right. That's right. So Track Amp, yeah, look at this. Track Amp came in here. Oh, bug up in here. He must have got in through the AC. Track Amp came up in here. He started bullying the newcomer up in here. So that means that now he's going to have to NBD Javito. And Javito's going to get some goddamn revenge. All right? That's what it is. Everybody's going to have a piece of fucking Track Amp next week. Track Amp is unknowingly starting a bunch of shit here. Bunch of shit he's starting. 10, 14, 10, damn. Thanks for letting me know you guys' Annie's here too, as I'm not actively hunting myself right now. It's good to know what you guys are getting. And damn, son, right as the declone fog wears off, he nails it, takes it.
Good day.
Look at this. Look at this. We're gonna send a apology letter to Billy to say we're sorry that this friggin' guy, Track Amp, coming in here, highly ranked LLD, or a highly ranked DFC dueler, coming in, picking on the newcomer. Picking on the newcomer. I know, we just teasing you, Track Amp. Yeah, it's a new build for Track too, really. I'm surprised clones are still popping right now. I thought they was gonna stop at 10.
Not here.
We don't typically do 18s, mainly because there isn't really a lot of people that duel on 18s. We have had some exhibition matches, or not really exhibition. They were legitimate matches where both people just chose to use level 18s. It's not very hopping, though. Like, to give you a little bit of history of even the LLD division in DFC, that took fucking years for level 30s to, like, consistently sign up. Fucking years. Like, we ran it forever. There was a few times where it just kind of fell off the card. There just was never anybody signing up for it. Yeah. Yeah, it is a fun format. Even back in the day, though, I had a level 18, and it was hard to find other level 18s. Most LLD games were level 30s. Every once in a while, we'd have some nice level 18s in there, but it's very few and far between. We'd have some nice level 18 duel games. I think so too, Nim. I think LLD is probably the most balanced form of skillful dueling right now. Like level 30 duels, it's super fun. I think Track is on ROT dubs items. Oh yeah, definitely. Damn, son, yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, I honestly think Billy's damage should be a lot more. Like, he's landed a couple of spears with no Oak Sage up, and I'm like, those should be devastating. The thing is, DFC, we ain't pussies around here, right? We allow Necros to be fucking absolutely toxic fucking magic damage, right? And as you can see, they're really good. But they're beatable. They're not, like, overpowered. They're not, you know what I mean? It's kind of... There's counters to just about everything. But there are instances where if you can get blown up by a Necro with absolute toxic shit damage. Look at this! Creeker's coming in, trying to kick him. He said, Creeker's trying to finish some shit here. Creeker's trying to finish it up. Creeker's trying to get a piece of that Track Amp. Yeah, Oakless Spear barely did damage. Yeah, exactly. Yep, felt bad. But look at this. It looks like Lord Rothschild, aka Billy, is on the new Void rune word. I think that's probably Biss or close to it. Yep, there he is. 15 magic skill. Yep, that's pretty good. Oh, look at this, dude. I think he actually was that the one? Nah, I was gonna say someone just showed a 13022 open socket that they found in the Discord. I don't think it was him, but yeah, items needs a little bit of upgrades, but I mean that's actually a pretty good abyss weapon there. But also, call me crazy. I'm not the wildest Necro player, but new version of Necro. I think the play is to throw all defense to the wind in just about every matchup. I think that's the play. It's what's worked best for me in just about everything I've done is like minimal defense, right? Like obviously you're not going to duel a fire character with like not, you know, less than 85 fire resistance, right? But like don't overcommit to it. Like if you was going up against Polly, 85, fuck the DR. Like, you know what I mean? 85 fire res, don't overcommit. Just like do your damage, like do your busted damage and hit them more often than you get hit. You know what I mean? Like I think that's the new Necro style. Not a lot of, I haven't seen a lot of top tier people embrace that style with the exception of Squigs, who's done it in certain matchups. But that I really think that especially for certain matchups, it's just the way to go. Like you just commit to the damage. Just be a Necro. You know what I mean? Be a busted Necro. Make them deal with you, don't deal with them, right?
Coooley saying Necro should play like a Vita Cold.
No, I wouldn't go that far, Kyle. I think they can be a lot more aggressive than a Vita Cold, I think, in a lot of situations. Just because of the busted damage. You can set up a close range exchange better than a Cold Vita can. But bro, thank you so much for the 2-coin tip, man. What a savage. This Kyle always epic on the text to chat, man. Holy shit. Big cheers, brother. Yeah, he's got Magic Sunder too. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have so many options that are not banned. They are not banned in the DFC. Got to jam it sometimes, you know? That's just what it is. All right, boys, we've got Clint versus Smolps. Union chairman over here. I assume this is Clint. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What is this? Clint on the Necro versus Smolps on the Barb. Oh my god, this is gonna be wild, boys. Damn, son, and here we go. Clint is back in the mix, going up against this guy. The guy stepping in, making his HLD debut, Smolps. Can he take over every division? He played in Melee. He achieved the title. He played in LLD, achieved the title. But can he do it in HLD? This is the big one. This is the big one right here. Dream says, "Fack, I love BVCs. They're insane, man." Let's see what Smolps has got. I'm actually curious to see how this looks and feels on a controller, man. Let's pop in and see what we've got here. Barb on controller. It does make for some interesting plays with, oh man! Big hits for Smolps! And down goes Clint! Holy shit, man! It does make for some interesting retreats from Smolps as he tries to get away from these bone spirits. Because he's not really teleporting around a lot at close range. He's moving around, opening himself up, moving away from that Oak Sage, opening himself up to the hits from Bone Spirit. And it's also, I would figure, a lot harder to catch a Necro when you can't CT. But he's also leaping. Now that is smart. You can actually leap over those, you can leap over the Bone Spirits and they won't do any damage. Clint getting in here. Look at this. How often do you see, oh my god, he just landed some shots versus Clint there. How often do you see A barb on controller here. This is crazy. This might be something that the world ain't even ready for. Yeah, I completely agree. I do the same thing, Crypto, on an H10. Just be the broken build that you are and stop responding to other builds. I know there's kind of a running joke with Coooley where it's like, just don't get hit, right? But come to find out, if given enough time where Blizzard updates the game, come to find out that's actually just the play. Just be a broken character that doesn't get hit. You know, it's like you can prepare for, like, you know, stacking up against a fire druid, let's say. You can prepare by stacking up some good old DR and fire res, or you could just do 8,000 spear damage and kill him in 3 spears, right? You could just do that. Oh man, big invisible bone spirits there. And now Small sees what those feel like on this barb. That is certainly something you would figure that would be a drawback and certainly favor for Clint here. And that is the fact that Smolps is moving around in a very unorthodox way. And I think Clint picked up on that in the second round. Whereas, you know, he's sort of walking around a bit more. He's just moving in these ways that leave him vulnerable to those spirits. And he was really trying to set it up. You know, really trying to set those up and land him, and he did there. That was interesting too, Gators. I noticed that. It's like auto-targeting the bone prisons, which is weird. The new guy is the Barb in HLD. New guy, he might be new to HLD, but this guy is a Melee champion, LLD champion, and a pretty savage YouTuber too. He puts out some great Diablo shorts and Diablo videos in general. Dude's been making more longs about his builds where he takes on Uber Tristram or Uber Ancients. Yeah, really, really cool. Love his channel, man. He just crossed the 10,000 subscriber mark too. Savage. Look at that, man. Gets in there with a Zerk too. What is this? And by the way, window mode. My God, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, man. What a savage. Man, you didn't have to do that. Much appreciated, brother. Big cheers. That is wild, my guy. Surprise Smolps going with Barb on controller. Wonder what the thought process was behind the choice. He probably would do well on a Fire Sword. Oh, for sure. I can't talk on YouTube. Made me sad. Bro, I had to... You have no idea the level of absolute fuckery that people just come in with their shit fuckery comments and try to ruin streams. So we just made it so that you have to be a subscriber or a follower. You know, it actually has reduced like 99% of the sheer juck fuckery that people come in and dump their bad days on you or some shit. You know, it's just works out. Less shit to deal with. Oh yeah, you can, dude. Honestly, I've been out of the buying item games for a while, but if you're looking for places to buy them, in my experience, Discords have always been the best. Like private sales in, you know, it's something you got to be careful with and go with like reputable people, but I guess that's always been how the game is, really, right? But like, go to reputable Discords. Sin v Sin for looking for Sin gear. Melee Discord. Melee Discord's usually pretty good because shitheads and scammers and shit don't usually last too long in there. Not to say they don't exist. Damn, son. Big hits for Clinton. I believe this is 2-2 now. I think this is tied up. Yeah, it's true though, Sid. How do people decide on which builds, characters, playstyles they enjoy in PvP? Just trial and error by budget gearing and playing them? You could do that. You know, you could try out builds and see what you have the most fun with, see what your style is. Also, I'm sure some people watch duels like this and see what builds look most fun for them. Now, there's a little bit of a trap doing it that way, though, because there's some people that are excitingly vicious on certain builds, such as Serenity on a Smiter. He's the current HLD champ. He's vicious on a Smiter, and you watch someone like him play, and you might be like, holy shit, I want to play a Smiter. And then you actually play the Smiter, and you realize how ridiculously hard it is to do anything you want to do. Like, to do any of the stuff that you see Serenity doing. It's like, oh, okay, well, I didn't know the skill floor was that high. Yeah, some people just play what they like and have been playing for a while. Yep, there are established builds that are good for entry level also, yeah. I think if you're impartial, you don't really care what you're using, then the best thing to do is just probably go with the Necro. Honestly, I think they're the most powerful, and it's pretty good to learn on. It's a forgiving kind of build, you know what I mean? But my best advice for anyone that's trying to decide what they want to play with, this is what I say. Pick a build that you actually have fun with, that you enjoy, win or lose, that you just enjoy playing, right? Like, oh my god, Smolp's getting in there with a nice leap, stun, and Zerk. That was crazy! 3-2 now in favor of Smolps. This is wild. Controller PK, right? Hell yeah, man. I learned on off-screen burritos on. Yep, good old Barizza's on from back in the day. Yeah, dude, I say, dude, one of my favorite duelers is Crypto Ninja. This guy has got one of the most unique Din builds you'll ever see. But you can tell he actually has fun and enjoys playing on the Din, win or lose. Good matchup or bad. He loves playing on it, and that leads to him discovering new things about the builds, new strategies to beat things, and it's like, he sees any loss as a challenge and a way to try to adapt. And I think that is the most healthy way to ever approach PvP. Like, I think that is the best way to do it. I started with BM Oridon, right? Hell yeah. By the way, cheers to you, Dapper Dan. Good to see you, man. Green Lungs and I are ready to throw down. Kyle versus Green Lungs. All right, y'all are up next, man. I got nobody in the queue. So we got Kyle versus Green Lungs next. Yeah, true, Max. You got to keep playing on Smite. Yeah, it really helps to, like, if I knew nothing about PvP, knew nothing about, like, chain smiting and all of this shit, I think Will is a great subject to watch here too. Playing very much on the Sin, which is also a good starter class, I think. High skill ceiling on it, but like a low skill floor, you know? Like, you can start up and kind of get going on a Sin, get some wins, understand it, and you can learn at your own pace. You can get better at it. And I think that's what Will did. Like, you know, really took the Sin to the next level, got really good on that, and some of those skills apply directly to the other classes that he's using, right? Like, you can kind of learn to chain and name lock at your own pace on a Sin, and you can just take it to that next level, dude, and eventually apply it to the classes that are a bit more complicated to run. Big hits there, though, for Clint. In search of J-Stod, Rez, and EDAR. Oh, shit, I went to the casino at 19K. Holy shit. Yeah, dude, I have not even seen any J-Stods with ED and AR. I can imagine, or at least perfect rolls on them. I can imagine perfect rolls would be insane. That's a Jeweler's Sacred Targe of deflecting he's talking about with the Knights mod on it. I haven't even seen any of those in D2R. And I'm sure they exist, but whoever has them certainly doesn't care about showing them off. Ghost In was the most terrifying thing for me to come across back in the day. Yeah, it was a crazy one, man. Back in the days of Mind Blast Stun and Perpetual Stun, Ghost Sins could use things like they could use Wake of Fire traps and Mind Blast to just lock you out. Like, you just couldn't move. You just keep eating whirls, man. It was actually a really cool build back then. Oh my god, big hit from Smolps. Now Clint is in trouble. Went from full health aggro to actual trouble. Oh my god, and there it is! Smolps with controller PK! Just like that, man. Holy shit! That was... That is crazy! Holy shit! That was kill of the night, Max says. Holy shit! That was insane. Clint is a savage too, man. But you see, I think Smolps did a great job of kind of implementing his game plan and dictating the pace of the duel based on awkward, weird movement that most people probably aren't used to on a barb. I can tell now that part of his game plan was using leap, was, you know, relying on leap more than, more than teleport, which is really smart. I mean, in this duel in particular, it can really get you over the hump when it comes to dodging bone spirits. You can't get hit with a bone spirit in D2R if you're in the air as a barb. Not the case in LOD, but D2R for sure. Damn, son. That is crazy. Omega Deeps, what? My guy. Holy shit. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, man. Holy shit, that's crazy. Big cheers to you, brother. I thought so too, Chumley. I thought he was dead. Did they really? They put out a new game? Dave Brevik's company? No shit. Well, that's sick. Dude, big cheers, Omega Deeps. 5 gifted subs. What is this? Let's tip one back to this guy as we check out this gear here. This is just wild, man. This is just wild. 1928 Annie. Just on the cusp of keeping, you know? That one right there. Probably wouldn't trash it, but that's a decent one. Damn, son. G fucking G. Epic. All right, up next, we've got Kyle versus Green Lungs. These guys throwing down. Boom. HLD Sork versus Necro, I believe. This is going to be wild. And here we go. This is Kyle on his Cold Sorceress. This guy's getting more vicious every day. And he's going up against Green Lungs. Also up and coming Rising Star in DFC. Both of these guys just stacking them up, piling up the wins here. And what is this? Terry be the channel. My guy. Thank you for parking the Prime over here, man. Really appreciate it. You could park that anywhere on this platform. What is this? Huge hit there. Big one-shot blizz for Kyle. Holy shit. As we tip a cheers back to Terry. And as we tip a couple more back to my boy Omega Deeps. As I've been playing since D2 LOD off and on since I was 4 years old, and still every time I come to the stream, you manage to drop a knowledge bomb on stuff I never knew. Thanks for being the GOAT PvP streamer. Hey, dude, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I've been playing since back in those days as well, man. And it's amazing what you pick up. It's amazing what you pick up, dude. It's crazy. But I'm glad you appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for those gifted subs, too, dude. That was super kind, super generous. Placebo versus Javito, Ghost versus Trapper grudge match. Put us in the queue if there's time. Let's jam it! Placebo versus Javito. All right, y'all are up next. Placebo versus Javito. Let's fucking go. Grudge match. Ghost versus Trapper. Sin v Sin. That's nuts. I love me some Sin PK these days, man. We did adopt some of the rules for Sin PK to the DFC Sin v Sin mirror matches, and I gotta say, Sin matches have actually been really fun to watch and be a part of ever since then. Dude, as you can see, though, Kyle is in a little bit of trouble if he gets connected on by any of these magic spells. He might be getting this pretty vicious blizzard damage if he can close the distance, but if Green Lungs lands anything like that, it's over. Damn, son, now it's 1-1. Tie score between these guys. Great duel. I appreciate that, 10. Thank you so much, man. Keep it up, guys. Very thankful for you guys Keeping NG this game alive. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, keeping. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I type like that sometimes too. Especially on my phone when I do like the slide text, it always fucks shit up. Yeah, thank you, man. I'm glad you appreciate it. Coach has internet issues, so out for the night. Yeah, no worries, dude. No worries. Damn, man. Smolf's been racking them up here tonight, dude. Oh, man, look at that one-hit blizz. That is so crazy. This is what Kyle, this is what I'm saying, man. This is what I love about Kyle, is that he doesn't have the best gear out there, but he knows what his strategy is. What he's going to do, he's not over-preparing for this. You're not going to see him trying to counteract a lot of the shit that Green Lungs is doing, right? What you're going to see Kyle doing is being a busted cold sword. Look at this. He doesn't even have the magic boots on. This is what I mean. He doesn't even have the magic boots on. This is exactly what I mean. He's just going to be a busted cold sword. Make your opponent deal with you. I really like that strategy in today's meta. I really think that's the way to go for a lot of things. Just be the busted build that you are, and the second you start responding to your opponent's build means they have a better build than you. And you're going to compromise your build. Holy shit, man. There it is. Now 3-1 in favor of Green. I'm sorry, in favor of Kyle. He says, damn, so fast. Catches him with that blizz, and it's over, dude. Hell yeah, man. I used to live in Georgia. It was the Atlanta area, though. It wasn't south. Still waiting for new Coooley videos. Hey, I got one in the works. I'm hoping to have it out by next week. I went out to Arizona for a little bit of a vacation. Just been kind of, I've also had a weird side projects I've been working on and all of this stuff. You know, so there's been some wild shit going on, but we're back in the saddle now. So I'm looking at catching up and hopefully having a interesting long video out next week. Kind of a different style, but I think interesting. It started out, it's going to be talking about like the weird places in Diablo 2. And at first I thought it was just going to be like some weird, uninteresting video, but the more I'm putting it together, the cooler stories come about it. Almost like what Omega Deeps was talking about. It's like, I go into detail about things that most people probably don't know. You know what I mean? And they're just interesting stories that are all inspired by different places in Diablo 2. It's kind of a weird video, but I think it's interesting. I hope you guys like it, man. Let me know. Different style, though. Is he using Golem, getting double ticked? I think his res is just sus. Yeah, he is using Golem, but I think his res is just sus. Yeah, see, like that one was not a double tick right there. That was just a great cast. First of all, I gotta say, that was a beautiful cast from Kyle. He didn't get a name lock. He went in and clicked under the character. That's exactly what you want to do with Blizz. That's what guarantees, or doesn't guarantee, but gives you the best shot with all of how the pixels line up for Blizzard of actually connecting. That was an incredible hit there from Kyle. Yeah, I think he just has sus res. Something about the fuck you today. That's what it is. Well, I'm wearing the DFC shirt, man. I got the, I was actually too fat for this in recent history. I'm still probably should have it in a bigger size, but I lost 17 pounds in a month. We had to get in sex shape. You know what I mean? We had to get in absolute sexified shape. So I just decided to eat 1,000 calories a day for a month, and I was like, that should be good enough. But I fit my DFC shirt again. It's kind of cool. Look at this, though. I love what Green Lungs is doing here, too. He kind of did the same thing. This is what I mean. He literally did the same thing. He was like, fuck it, man. I'm not going to try to respond to much of what's going on here. I'm just going to be a broken Necro. And this time, the broken Cold Sork won. But damn, son. Yeah, that is really cool, Max. Seeing all these different new items on both sides is nuts. I really think that's what it is. I mean, granted, there could be slight room for improvement with what these guys, you know, chose to respond to their opponents, such as the magic boots for Kyle here would have cost literally nothing. It'll cost literally no damage. Could have easily swapped those out. Same with the boots for Green Lungs. Instead of using magic, he could have used cold resistance. Would have literally cost him nothing. You know, no damage, no nothing. But these guys, they're not even concerned about that. They're just trying to get in there and do what they do, right? Like, that's it. And I think that's the way to go. Yeah, it's a good feeling, man. It's a good feeling. GG's, boys. All right, Placebo versus Javito. Look at this. Oh, he had the charms in there, too. Smart play, smart play. They don't cost nothing, you know? Placebo versus Javito. Sin v Sin. This is going to be Trapper versus Ghost. Sin v Sin rules. Now, how does this go? In Sin v Sin, in the DFC, it looks like, I'm not sure if Javito's playing by these rules here, but you got to have, unless they've agreed to a different rule set, either one works. You got to have a Chaos Claw and no Trap Charms, right? Trap Charms are banned, no Chaos, and everybody's got to have a Chaos Claw. You don't have to Whirlwind if you don't want it. But, yeah. Yeah, this is Ghost v Trap. It looks like these guys are just going with their, going with their own rules. Which is fine, either way. Whatever these guys want to do. Because it looks like Javito has a Plague on his offhand, and it would be weird if he had a Chaos on his main. So I think I was gonna say, I think he has main hand Trap Claw, offhand Plague, yeah. Yep, and I would assume maybe Trap Charms. I didn't see the damage, but hard telling. He has the Sunder. Yeah, it could be or could be Shadows. I'm not sure. I think probably Trap Charms. Has the Sunder, Shadows, some traps. Yeah. So these guys have like they're kind of their own. These guys have kind of their own rules that they're going by here. But even with current Sin v Sin rules in DFC, I think Trappers just win. They just win this matchup. Traps are so superior. They are far superior to Ghosts. And I think Placebo's in trouble early. Oh no, he's not. He's looking clean. Landed a couple shots there, nothing big. If you can ever hunt down a hardcore barb named Judok, he was the season 1 vanilla top dog. He's pretty much lost the time at this point. Make a cool story because he was anti-meta to deal with Iron Maiden in CS. No shit. Yeah, if you've got more on that story I could check out, that would actually be pretty cool. I might check into that, dude. That sounds pretty cool, Trumbull. Quick question, are Trapsins overplayed in the DFC? Overplayed? Probably not. Overpowered? They're a powerful build. I think they're pretty healthy, honestly. I wouldn't say overplayed, though. It takes a really special player to actually be good, to be top tier good on a Trapsin. What's keeping you excited about D2 right now, Coooley? Honestly, I mean, I just love the game. I'm not sure if anything new is keeping me excited about it. What I like doing is I like telling the interesting stories about D2. I like telling interesting stories in general. I think there's still so much more to be told, but I enjoy it. Honestly, you want to know what game I've actually got back into recently? Which I'm going to a fucking F&M tomorrow night, dude. Magic the Gathering. I built a modern deck. I did a whole bunch of research because the game has changed so much since I've last played. I used to be a champion, boys. Used to be a friggin' state champion up in this bitch, alright? You're looking at a Star City Games fucking phenom, okay? but I haven't played in forever. And like, I looked at the modern top 8 deck lists and I'm like, what the fuck are these cards? Like, what the fuck is this form? Nothing. Affinity doesn't even look like it has Arcbound Ravager in it. I guess that's still the same, but everything else is different. Some of them don't even run that. They're like some weird munitions deck now. I'm like, this is stupid, man. But either way, I'm like, whatever, let's play this. I got this weird deck that like, I haven't seen anybody play exactly. There's been other people that have played something close to it. I call it Core Tapper Control. I played a deck like that since I was little, and now they got cards like Urza's Saga out there, and I'm like, this is what this deck always needed. I was like, what? You do the power conduit with Urza's Saga, you can tutor or just crank dudes out. I was like, you get Jit now? Jit just got unbanned, so I'm like, oh, we gotta play Core Tapper Control, man. Let's go. Yeah, so I'm gonna take that to my Friday night F&M. If I take down the whole tourney with it, I'll tell you guys about it, but if I don't and I get embarrassed, I'll probably just forget I ever said it, you know? Yeah, Tarmogoyf, I have a playset of old school Tarmogoyfs, old border Tarmogoyfs. They're probably worth shit now, because they got reprinted into the ground, man. What's your DCI rating? Now that was some old school shit, man. I might just do that, man. I might actually look into it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there's a few places to play Modern in my area. It's pretty sick, man. Crazy Elf and Burn decks back in the day. That was my first ever real deck, was an Elf deck with Lifeline and Deranged Hermit. I used to think I was so cool for that combo. I used to think I was so smart and thin. Yeah, that Whirl's hitting hard, man. This is crazy. Placebo is an insanely good Ghost Sin player, man. He plays a lot of, a few different variants of the Sin. But I gotta say, what's even more impressive about this is that Pavito is using trap GCs, which pushes this trap damage through the roof. Now, why this is insane is because, and why trappers typically win, is because you can keep the distance from a Ghost Sin, and you don't really, all you really need to do is just teleport, right? Like, you have your Shadow Master up and teleport, timely teleports, that's it. You don't even need to really go too far off the screen. You can keep up your 5 stack and then just wait till they come in and just teleport away. And then when they tell you stuff, teleport away. Like, it's kind of a cadence and a timing thing, but it's just like, it's so hard to catch and it's so punishing if you don't. But Placebo knows how to play around that shit. And look at this, Javito is hiding some of these traps with his Shockweb right now. Placebo was an old school player. Max remembers him from the 2007 era. He had a different username back then, though. No shit, dude. I mean, you can tell he's an old school player. Look at this. He's using Wake of Fire. Literally, that's not even on the radar, I don't think, of like modern Ghost Sins. They don't even know the power, you know? Was a Whirlwind Sin player back then, too. No shit. Imagine not playing MTG for like 10, 15 years and going Control when you come back. Well, it's Core Tapper Control. So, like, any control in Modern these days, I feel like is a very subjective term. Like, I can still combo off and fuck people up. I can take infinite turns on turn 3 if I wanted to. Like, you know what I mean? But you call it Control because you're trying to just stop your opponent from doing anything, and the way that Core Tapper does it is it takes infinite turns. So, like, I stop you from doing anything if you don't ever get a turn, right? Like, that's pretty fun. But you also have Jit, Ink Moth, and all of this shit, so, like, you can just surprise kill with Ink Moth out of nowhere, like, you know, just because you landed a Jit and can pump tons of counters on it. It's like, oh, yeah, you're opening the skies, it's over. Like, and then, of course, you run shit like Blast Zone and EE and all of this shit just to, like, wipe the board. You know, but you only do it when you're, like, in trouble. Otherwise, you're just trying to set your shit up, right? I guess Karn could be considered control these days, little Karn, because he's like shuts off your opponent's artifacts, and those are big these days. Yeah, MTG lures Duke out of lurking. But dude, here's the thing. Imagine not playing MTG for like 5 years, which is what I did, and then going in and playing it now. Even now, it's changed so fucking much. Like, it's literally such a different... Like, I don't recognize any deck. There's no deck that still exists that's the same. Power creep is real in this game. That's why I'm just playing a deck that I've played my entire life casually, just because it's fun. I used to play it in Vintage. I used to play Core Tapper Control in Vintage. I have my Time Volt Voltaic Key still, so I would like drop that with my Black Lotus on turn 1 and be like, alright, do I win? And then I would just have a bunch of Core Tappers and Energy Chambers and all of this shit. It's crazy. Yeah, it's way different, man. But I was surprised that I did see somebody else using Core Tapper, and I was like, no shit, they don't run it like I do, but some people run the Tron lands and shit, which I think is really dumb. But yeah, it's actually really cool. I'm curious to see how it'll do. Yeah, I think the deck loses to really broken decks. Like, there's this new deck called Cosmogoyf, which looks pretty fucking stupid. Like, I don't think I could beat that. Probably Instant Reanimator isn't good either. Like, anything that busts out a huge threat very early is just hard to deal with. Your only out is get Karn and Tutor Bridge. It's the only out, and it's going to take you a while to do that, at least like 2 or 3 turns. That's sick, Bruno. Haven't played since like 2002. Modern MTG is 3-turn craziness, exactly. It used to be a 4-turn format. Now it's basically 3-turn. Holy shit, what a round between these guys. I think it might be tied up. Is this tied up right now? Yeah, Zur was pretty broken. I remember, like, I thought Zur was banned at one point, but... yeah. I think my commander, Marath, got banned back in the day. It was like a toolbox deck. I still think you can play Maelstrom Wanderer. I have a pretty broken Maelstrom Wanderer in my commander arsenal. You can turn 1 Maelstrom and take 2 extra turns and kill somebody. Like turn 1. It's pretty stupid. By the way, CMC Grizzle, big cheers to you, brother. Dude, I really appreciate you tonight, brother. It's good seeing you. Yeah, it was a very close round. Yeah, low wisp. Fuck it. We actually changed the rules, I think, on for sins in recent history, especially ghost sins. We kind of made a distinction as to what they can use for absorb and shit. It was kind of the way that we tried to go about balancing the matchup, because even with current DFC rules, trappers just win. I played Reanimator back in Mirrodin block. Dude, I had a friend that played a savage Legacy Reanimator. Reanimate is so fun, man. That's a crazy deck. Tiny Leaders is like the LLD of MTG. Yep, I remember that. That was kind of a new format, like newer when I stopped playing. Appreciate you, Chumley. Thanks, man. Turn 1 Iona, yep. Oh, I was. That was the first time I got back into Magic, was when Affinity came out in Mirrodin block. I still have a block deck from Mirrodin, which is basically Affinity, and it's so vicious. Like, just Affinity from back in those days was nuts. That was my main deck in Modern back in the day. I did switch to Hardened Scales eventually, Hardened Scales Affinity. But bros, I had a reputation from Maine to Atlanta of being the Affinity guy. Like, there was top tier players that were like, shit, dude, Coooley's here. Like, hope you brought your Affinity hate, because you won't beat him if you didn't. It was like, it was top tier shit, man. That was back in the days of like Splinter Twin and all of that. Man, what a time it was to be alive. Red Black Reanimator T2 Mirrodin was almost like mono black control with the Red Wish and Buried Alive. Yeah. Dude, Buried Alive Living End was my first ever introduction to what Reanimator styles were. And I was like, that is the most nasty thing. That was when I noticed, that was so many years ago at this point, but that's when I noticed how broken magic could be. I think I was like a teenager. I was like, oh shit, okay, you can do these things. That's wild. Oh no, dude. Red Green? What were you on Red Green Zoo with like the dude that pumps out mana when he comes out for 2? I would have fucking smashed that. Bro, you have no idea. The only people that could even hold a fucking candle. I was so good on Affinity, dude. It was like second nature. And there it is. I think Placebo gets there. Is that GG's? The only people that could hold a candle to me were Splinter Twin players, and then Splinter Twin got banned. So then I just started winning every tournament. It was how it was. I shit you not, dude. Star City Games, state champ, all that shit, dude.
Crush or be crushed. It's all about the fun of the duel. GG gear is great, but just get in there and have fun. GG's everyone, have a good night. Don't touch the statues, new guys, that's for the long-time members' laughing face.
That's for nobody, Kyle! Ain't nobody's supposed to be touching that! God damn it, what have you started? Bro, thank you so much, holy shit, man, 20 Canadian coin tip over here! What a legend! Kyle, bro, thank you so much, man, great job tonight. I'm telling you, man, I've been telling people all along, y'all better watch out for Kyle, because that boy gets gear, he's gonna flatline a ton of you fools. And man, you can already see it. That shit is crazy, man. You're doing great, brother. Impressive performances tonight. Big cheers, bro. Thank you so much for that. So ready to upgrade my HN and RLT dubs? Hell yeah, man. No way. You actually fucking got it. You actually got it. Did you? You must have traded. No way you found it tonight. No way you came out, you're like, I'm gonna find a Zod, and then found it. You got, yeah, I mean, dude, Zods went up so much in price. They're actually worth something now. All because of that new rune word. Oh yeah, Gravecrawler used to be that was a big one. Was that used in Dredge decks? No, it wasn't. There was some weird deck back in the day. It might have been standard. But yeah, I remember Gravecrawler. Tooth and Nail was pretty good meta. That was fun. Artifact Hate, Pump, and Fling? Oh, sort of like the ATOG decks back in the day. Yeah, I mean, I had the answers for Artifact Hate too. I mean, people had it, but then like, I used to anticipate what they would run. So like, I was one of those affinity players that I would metagame when I went to tournaments. Like I knew that all the, you know, people would run these zoo-like Artifact Hate decks. So dude, I would run a main deck Etch Champion. And then I would also run 3 Etch Champions in the board. So I would actually slow down my affinity deck substantially in the board, but nobody could do anything. It was like all of their hate just didn't work. Like I suppose you have Meltdown now, which is a new solution to artifacts in the meta, and it looks like a lot of people are using Meltdown. So it's like, all right, that will take care of Etch Champions, but I'm not even on that anymore. It's just like, here's what I say. It's like, with my core tapper control, it's like, if you have the answers, you have the answers. I'm just gonna do what I do. And if I lock you out pretty quickly, then great. If I don't, then you win. It's just how it is. You can also go Mystic Forge plus what's the other card that untaps all of your shit? Paradox Engine, and then just tee off and cast your entire deck with it. Like it's kind of, it has like a ton of like oops I win combos. You know the meta and main deck with other people's sideboard. Yeah, exactly. Holy shit, look at this thing, dude. Look at this Sawaya that Placebo has got. This is why this thing was hurting. Look at this. Cruel Fool, IAS, weapon block on the claw as well. So this actually spawned as like a, it looks like it spawned as a actual Sawaya. This was an actual Sawaya spawn. That's why I got skills on it and everything. That is a beautiful claw. Great 5 FPA claw. Heavy hitting. Yeah, that's insane. I mean, Placebo is a real boy up in here. He is a real Sin player. Even got that new Sunder Charm, that Bone Break too. Damn. Damn, son, that's crazy. He says, oh shit, I don't even have my upped gores on. Not that it mattered, but yeah, holy shit. I don't think he was tapping. What he was doing was, Havito had Plague on, so whenever he would get hit, it would cast lower resistance. So he looked like he was tapping, but it was a lower resistance curse it was casting. Traded for it. You ain't kidding on the price is odd though. Yeah, they went up, man. They went up. He says, thanks for doing the grudge match. I'm down for Sin v Sin anytime. Really cool to see that too, because I mean, that's a tough match for Ghost. Really speaks highly for Placebo. This guy is top tier, man. Yep, Wild Mongrel, the 3/3 for 1. Roar the Worm. Dude, hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. I'll let you know how I do tomorrow, guys. If I friggin' take down the whole thing and metagame these fools, you'll know what's up, dude. I noticed Mox Opals are like $100+ now. Glad I kept mine. The only thing I really spent money on was Urza's Sagas. Like, that was... I just learned about this land the other day, and I'm like, this thing is fucking busted. That's a busted fucking land, and they're like $50, so... It's like, oh, whatever, you gotta have them. But, yeah, that's insane. Yep, hell yeah, man. GG's, boys. Holy shit. We got anybody else in the queue? I think that might be it. Bros, holy shit, man. Holy shit. Is there no one else? Is there no one else? Yeah, I would have went standard just because modern meta is homo and standard is going hard with the whole Marvel thing. Yeah, dude. I gotta say, I like the, I like what they're doing in MTG with all these, like, crossover sets. I think it's really smart to do. I hope they do a Diablo one someday. I will definitely... I'm back in now, you know? Love seeing Will versus Pony. That was a really good duel, man. What a great set of duels tonight, man. This was a great card. Big win for Smolfs on the controller bar. Man, there's a lot of stuff. I can't believe I defended my LLD title tonight against LOL Rages. I actually didn't think that was gonna happen. I thought I was dead. But bros, when you're the top din, you're the top din. It's just how it is, you know? When you get into some Commander, let me know. I'll see if I can put mine back together. I don't even know what I would do, man. There's so many new cards. I can't even think about it. It's wild, dude. But yeah, that sounds good, man. Boys, thanks so much for joining me, man. Until next time, I hope you guys have a great weekend, man. It was an incredible night of dueling, man. Thank you guys for joining me. Let's friggin' send it out of here in style, shall we? Big cheers, Hull Inc. Don't worry, boys. We'll be back next week. Dry your eyes. There's one thing for sure in this game still, after so many years, Jovi sucks. Bros, seriously, every week it means the world to me to be here with you. I feel like we have such a good community, good camaraderie among everybody, duelers and non-duelers, man. It's kind of wild, really. Until next time, fellas. See you in the Discord. Peace.